Pascaline song, Sorry. She will do a lot of the soft talking, and I'll do a lot of the groundwork and the operational stuff. So you are all welcome. I will hand over to her, and then I'll come back later. Thank you.
So good morning to you all. We would like to welcome you, as Yao said, to the 2025 Registrars Management Seminar. And as you can see, we want to start on time because we have to set examples. So we'll start, and when our other colleagues come late, they will join us, but then would have moved ahead so that next time we all learn to attend on time. I know that as administrators, we have a lot of competing programs and events, but it's important that as we meet once a while, we also meet to enhance our skills to be able to contribute better to the development of our various institutions. So to kickstart this morning's program, I would like to invite the Registrar, Mrs. Emilia J. Mensah, to deliver welcome remarks and to declare the statement of purpose. Please, let's welcome her with a round of applause.
Thank you very much, Yao and Pascaline. Provost College of Health Sciences, representing the Vice Chancellor, the Provost of the College of Basic and Applied Sciences, our distinguished keynote speaker, all of our speakers and facilitators, deans, directors, college registrars, Executive Secretary of Vice Chancellors Ghana, colleague registrars from sister universities, colleague administrative and professional staff of the University of Ghana and our sister universities, representatives of our sponsors, invited guests, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to you all. As Yao said, maybe next time we'll think of serving breakfast before we start. Good morning to you all. Yes, much better, thank you. It's a great privilege and a pleasure for me to welcome you all to the 2025 University of Ghana Registrars Management Seminar, our annual platform for reflection, dialogue, and collective growth. Each year, this gathering brings together administrative and professional staff to deliberate on emerging issues in higher education administration, share best practice, and define interventions that advance the university's strategic priorities. This year's seminar on the theme Transformational Leadership, Inspiring Vision and Driving Change in Higher Education is both timely and thought-provoking. It reminds us that in a rapidly changing higher education landscape, marked by digital transformation, competition at both the local and global levels, and shifting societal expectations of universities, effective leadership must be visionary, it must be adaptive, and it must be empowering. Transformational leaders inspire others to see possibilities, to drive innovation, and to create lasting impacts. This year's seminar is particularly significant as we reflect on the progress made in implementing the University of Ghana's 5-year strategic plan, which runs from 2024 to 2029. The plan has run for a year already and sets out our collective vision of consolidating the university's place as a world-class research-intensive institution. It is anchored on our 5 strategic priorities, which continue to guide our decisions and actions, namely transformative student experience, impactful research, commitment to our faculty and staff, engagements and partnerships, and sustainable resource mobilization and stewardship. Each of these priorities requires us, as administrators and professionals, not just to manage processes, but to lead change, to champion ideas, streamline systems, and work towards excellence in all aspects of university life. The success of our strategic plans depends on the commitment, the competence, and creativity of each and every one of us. This year's seminar provides us with an opportunity to take stock of where we are regarding implementation of the strategic plan, to identify what is working well, what is not working so well, and chart the way forward. We're also delighted to welcome participants from other universities, some of whom will share their experiences with implementing their own strategic plans. We have representatives from GIMPA. Do we have the GIMPA group here? Not? Okay. Here's Madam Registrar. From UDS, I saw the Registrar and his team. From UMAT, probably on their way. Amstead. Okay, hello. UEW. GCTU. UPSA. Okay. UNIMAC. Akrofi Cristalla Institute of Theology, Mission and Culture. Okay. Ghana Academy of Arts and Sciences. Okay. And SD Dombo University of Business and Integrated Development Studies. I hope I've covered everybody. Is there anybody from any other institution that I haven't mentioned? Okay, I think I've covered everybody. You are all most welcome, and we are so glad that you accepted the invitation to participate in the seminar. This exchange of perspectives certainly enriches our engagements and strengthens collaboration across the higher education sector in Ghana. Various thought leaders have spoken about the University of the Future, a model that reflects how higher education is evolving to meet the needs of a fast-changing world, shaped, as I mentioned earlier, by technology, globalization, sustainability, and lifelong learning. As administrators and professionals, we should be particularly interested in evolving transformations in leadership and governance in our universities, and how these will contribute to changing models of institutions of higher learning. There's the need for us to work towards leadership that is visionary, participatory, and agile, emphasizing intra and inter-university collaboration across various sectors and professions, as well as governance models that are more inclusive and that support innovation, reduced bureaucracy, and quicker decision-making. I'm sure at least here in University of Ghana, we can really identify with that. We need to get rid of some of the bureaucracy. All of these certainly call for transformational leadership, and our speakers and facilitators for this year's seminar will share insights on leadership, change management, innovation, and professional growth, which should help us better envision and work on our individual and collective roles in transforming our institutions into future-ready universities. With so many of us from across the country participating in the seminar, this year's gathering stands as a powerful testament to our shared commitment to professional excellence and institutional transformation. Let us make the most of the next 2 days to learn, to connect, to discuss, and to reflect. I encourage each of us to think about how we can translate the principles of transformational leadership into our daily work, how we can inspire those we lead, foster innovation, and drive the changes needed to advance the mission and vision of our universities. I also look forward to the sessions on work-life balance and customer service, which are crucial for our well-being and for our dealings with our stakeholders. I extend my heartfelt appreciation to the Planning Committee, chaired by Mr. Michael Opari Etua, Deputy Registrar, and administrator in charge of the School of Graduate Studies for their hard work in putting this event together. Let's acknowledge the committee and also the hard-working team from the Office of the Registrar. I'm not sure they are in here, they're probably out there registering, but they've all done a very good job. They've worked so hard on preparations towards this seminar. I also salute all our facilitators for sharing their time and expertise, and all participants for your commitment and enthusiasm. I acknowledge with deep appreciation all of our sponsors and partners whose generous support each year sustains this important platform. Once again, I warmly welcome you all to the 2025 Registrars Management Seminar. I wish us all an engaging, productive, and inspiring 2 days. Let us use this opportunity to exchange ideas, strengthen our networks, and think critically about how we can drive transformational change in our units and institutions. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Madam Registrar. Please, let's give it to her again. Thank you. This is Registrar's, I think, last Registrar's seminar, right? I think they need to clap for her again. She's really done well, excellently well. Registrar, thank you. Thank you so much. Not that I want to remind you that you are retiring next year, but just so that we acknowledge your good works. Next, we would take highlights of the Registrars Management Seminar from the Chair of the Planning Committee, Mr. Michael Operatia. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Yao. Representative of the Vice Chancellor, Madam Registrar, other senior officers of the university, distinguished guests, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, good morning once again. On behalf of the Planning Committee, I am delighted to welcome you all to the 2025 Registrars Management Seminar. Each year, this seminar provides an invaluable platform for us as senior administrative and professional staff to pause, reflect, and reimagine how we lead and serve within the university system. This year's theme, Transformational Leadership, Inspiring Vision, Driving Change in Higher Education, was carefully chosen to respond to the evolving demands of our sector. Across the higher education landscape, we are being called upon not only to manage processes efficiently, but to lead with innovation, empathy, and foresight. The ever-evolving changes in the higher education environment and the University of Ghana's ongoing transformation requires that each of us becomes an agent of change, inspiring vision, driving results, and fostering a culture of excellence. It is in this light that the program for this year has been thoughtfully designed to encourage reflection, dialogue, professional growth, and give expression to UG's strategic priorities. For day one, we are beginning with the opening session together with the keynote address to be delivered by our very own Professor Justice Bawuli. However, unlike previous years, we would like to engage a bit more with our keynote speaker on the subject. So he will be joined by other senior and seasoned colleagues for a panel discussion on leadership and management in higher education, just to throw more light on effective leadership in our institutions. The second half of the day will focus on institutional experiences of UG and sister universities to be followed by group discussions on operationalization of the strategic priorities to create an opportunity for us to learn, share, and realign our approaches. Day 2 will focus on personal leadership, service excellence, beginning with an inspirational session with Uncle James Ebo-White, to be followed by a presentation by Dr. Victoria Kumbo, Registrar of GIMPA, on the topic Beyond the Desk, Enhancing Customer Service for Excellent Stakeholder Experience. We'll have another panel discussion, but this time on work-life balance, nutrition, and stress management, as a reminder to all of us that effective leadership thrives on physical and mental well-being and self-awareness. As it were, to tell us that a sound mind rests in a sound body. We'll have Deloitte Guyana to round us off with their perspective on how universities and industry can collaborate to develop industry-ready graduates. We are deeply grateful to our sponsors and partners, particularly the Office of the Pro Vice Chancellor, Research, Innovation and Development, University of Ghana Cooperatives Credit Union, University Press, University of Ghana Enterprises Limited, for their continuous support. In addition, two of our own colleagues who are behind companies producing fruit and local drinks are supplying all the drinks that we will be having during the snack breaks at a discounted rate, heavily discounted rate. Moreover, one of our sponsors have been magnanimous to provide us with the seminar bags that we all have. Shall we put our hands together for? We can also report that this year, Deloitte Ghana has joined us as a long-term strategic partner to collaborate in organizing future seminars to help strengthen leadership and management excellence in the university. On behalf of the Planning Committee, permit me to sincerely thank Madam Registrar for the confidence reposed in us and for the opportunity to be of service. I also thank my hard-working colleague members of the Planning Committee for all the support and the running around to organize this seminar. Not forgetting all the individuals and units who have been working behind the scenes to make this possible. We are most grateful. Dear colleagues, this seminar is more than an annual gathering. It is a learning community committed to continuous growth and institutional transformation. As you can see from the program outline, all sessions have been carefully planned to address aspects of all the 5 strategic priorities of the UG strategic plan. Let us therefore engage fully, share generously, and emerge renewed in our commitment to serve with excellence. I wish you all an impactful, rewarding, and inspiring seminar. Thank you for your attention.
I thought we'll give a louder round of applause to the chairperson of the Planning Committee. It's not easy to organize programs of this nature. I want to thank him and the members of the committee for the great job that they've done. Next on the program is to take brief remarks from the Vice Chancellor. The Vice Chancellor has nominated one of the Pro-Vice Chancellors to do this. He's attending to another important event in his college, and he'll be joining us soon. So what we'll do is to take the keynote address. Oh, okay, then I didn't get that information. Provost, my apologies. I was given the wrong information. So I understand that the Vice Chancellor will be represented this morning by the Provost for the College of Health Sciences, and he's here. So he's not absent, he's right here. I need to stress on that the Vice Chancellor has sent a representative. So ladies and gentlemen, please join me to welcome Professor Alfred Edwin Yorson, as he comes to deliver the Vice Chancellor's address. Please, let's welcome him. Because you are not clapping, we are not being encouraged. So please clap so that our minds will not freeze. There'll be heat in the room. Thank you very much. As Prof comes, we'll kindly again like to appeal to all of us to move down a bit. When we have to use photos for events on the website, it's very difficult because we are too far apart. Please help us to be able to do a good report on today's program by moving forward. If you have a empty seat in front of you, it means that you are sitting too far behind. So please help us with that. Prof, over to you.
So should I wait a little for us to come?
It's just a short housekeeping announcement. If you need to use the washrooms are underneath the auditorium. Unfortunately, you have to go out of the building and go around to use the washroom. So please kindly, you can ask those at the registration desk to direct you. Thank you very much.
Registrar of the University of Ghana and convener of the management seminar, provosts who are here, executive secretary, vice chancellors Ghana, registrars of sister universities, directors and heads of unit, chair and members of the planning committee, our keynote speaker, Prof, distinguished panelists and speakers, colleagues, senior administrators and professionals, partners, specially invited participants, the media, ladies and gentlemen. I do this on behalf of the Vice Chancellor, Professor Nanaba Apia Amfo. She says, kindly accept her apologies for her inability to be here in person. She was looking forward so much to being part of this year's annual conference for university administrators and professionals. However, she has been obliged to attend to an equally important official engagement elsewhere. Nonetheless, you can be assured that she is with us in spirit. This gathering, beyond being a meeting of minds, is a space where we reflect, reimagine, and renew our shared purpose as leaders shaping the future of higher education in Ghana. The Registrar's Management Seminar has become a strategic investment in building our capacity to lead with excellence, adapt with agility, and deliver with impact. This gathering is an important event on our institutional calendar, and I commend, the VC commends Madam Registrar and her team for the excellent organization and for bringing us all together once again to discuss, network, and share knowledge. The theme we reflected on last year was From Vision to Reality, Administrators and Professionals Activating the UG Strategic Plan 2024 to 2029. Even though the VC was unable to attend and be physically present, she followed the seminar closely. The conversations laid a strong foundation for our collective ownership of the university's strategic plan. She is pleased to note that significant progress has been made since the launch of the UG Strategic Plan for 2024, with some academic and administrative units submitting their annual implementation plan, aligning their activities with the strategic priorities, affectionately called the TICEs. The Strategic Plan Implementation Committee, under the leadership of the Pro Vice Chancellor, Academic and Student Affairs, has developed an innovative software platform to track, monitor, and report progress across units. And this is an important milestone that seeks to enhance transparency, accountability, and data-driven decision-making. Dear colleagues, it is important to know that strategy without action is merely a wish list. Within the context of higher education in Ghana, particularly at the University of Ghana, our strategic implementation must translate into tangible results to improve student experience, conduct impactful research, improve faculty and staff well-being, strengthen partnership, and sustain resource mobilization and stewardship. This brings into sharp focus the theme for the 2025 Registrar Seminar, Transformational Leadership, Inspiring Vision, and Driving Change in Higher Education. Colleague administrators and professionals all around the world, higher education is being reshaped by technology, globalization, and changing demands of stakeholders, including students, employers, and as such, universities are faced with complex challenges, including constrained resources. And in our local context, you bear with me, the situation is exacerbated with the growing student numbers, infrastructural constraints, and widening student-staff ratios. Amid these challenges, we must sustain access, uphold quality, and remain globally competitive, while managing financial and human resources prudently. It is precisely within this thinking that transformational leadership becomes indispensable. Leadership that inspires, empowers, and drives meaningful change. Let's be honest, the old ways of doing things won't carry us into the future. That is why transformational leadership matters now more than ever. Our administrators and professionals are at the heart of this transformation. And the VC, therefore, particularly is pleased that this year's seminar includes participants from other universities in Ghana, as Madam Registrar introduced them, who will share their experiences in operationalizing the strategy and the strategic plans of their institutions. Such peer learning is critical for institutional strengthening and collaboration. The inclusion of sessions on leadership and management in higher education, customer service, and work-life balance also reflect our holistic understanding of leadership, not just as a strategy, but service and self-awareness. As senior administrators and professionals, it is imperative that we take moments like this to pause, reflect, and reimagine our roles in order to position ourselves as enablers of transformation within our institutions. Administrators and professionals are major partners in the university's ecosystem. It is equally important that we continue to upscale and evolve with the constant transformation of the global higher education system. This will ensure that we influence systems and innovate to deliver results. As we engage with the sessions ahead, the VC encourages us all to reflect on how we can translate today's insight into action, strengthen our systems, enhance our service delivery, and advance the mission of our respective institutions. She encourages us all to seize the opportunity to actively participate and network during this two-day training program. With this brief remark, it is my singular honor, standing in the stead of the VC, to pronounce the 2025 Registrars Management Seminar officially open. I wish you all fruitful deliberations. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Prof. Please, let's clap for him once again. And as you can see, I have a very beautiful woman on my right. She's going to do the sign for us. Madam, be ready. The kind of things I'm going to say, I don't know how you're going to translate it, but we shall try. Good, thank you very much. So next is our keynote address. Our keynote address is, this year, will be delivered by someone that we all know. If you are in this auditorium and you have not interacted with him before, then you are really missed. Please, he is a professor of public administration and management at the Department of Public Admin, University of Ghana Business School. He is the immediate past dean of the school as well. He holds a PhD in development policy and management from the Global Development Institute, University of Manchester, UK, as well as an MPhil, a BSc, and diploma degrees in public administration from the University of Ghana. He was initially trained as a teacher at Wesley College of Education, Kumasi, and taught at the basic and secondary school levels before transitioning into academia. He currently serves as a convocation representative on the University of Ghana Governing Council. He's a passionate advocate for ethical leadership, institutional and governance reforms. He is deeply committed to mentoring the next generation of leaders and scholars. He is affectionately known as Teacher Bawele, a name that reflects his enduring passion for teaching, mentorship, and pursuit of a corruption-free and well-governed Africa. As you all know, in July this year, he had his inaugural lecture on the topic, Our Corruption, Our Ethics, Our Public Administration, Wicked Citizens, Wicked Problems, and Stagnating Development. He is somebody that some of us hold dear to our hearts because we've worked under him for years, and he's proving to be a very good mentor. Anytime you try and threaten him, he will tell you, do you know me? I'm a son of a Tigari fetish. But he's also a Pentecost elder, so every time he says that, I'm unable to juxtapose the two. So please, with a resounding welcome, let's welcome Professor Justice Numa Bawele to speak.
Rep of our Vice Chancellor and Provost of the College of Health Sciences, Provost, Registrar, our friends from Vice Chancellors Ghana, registrars from other universities, deans, directors, head of department, and colleagues, administrators, friends, the media, good morning. Yes, so my father was a Tigari fetish priest. I got fed with Tigari meat. And I abandoned that to become a Christian. So sometimes it drives some of the things that I do. So, and when I see people doing Tigari gymnastics on TV as if they were Christians, it makes me laugh because I know the tricks, so I'm extremely excited that I got invited to speak this morning. And Madam Registrar, thank you for these continuous engagements. And like has been said, the colleagues that you put on the planning committee really harassed me. They did a great job and ensured that they got me to do a lot of things. theme this year is on transformational leadership, inspiring vision and driving change in higher education. I'll share two brief anecdotes and then I'll go into my speech. So a while ago, I was traveling with a colleague and we got to the airport. It was raining, so when we got out of our car, they had directed us to go and use the entrance that was farther away from where we had alighted. And so we were going to get wet. But there was another entrance closer to us, and we attempted to use that. Then the guys there said, no, we should go and use the other one. And there was a senior officer who was standing inside and saw us, myself and Professor Dateba. And then he shouted to the people and said, allow the professors to come. So we entered. And I imagined that he had been one of our students. He detailed the officer to go with us and make sure we were fine. And when we had passed the security, he came across us again. And I asked him, can you introduce yourself to us? And then he mentioned his name. And I asked him, were you in our university recently or in the past? Then he said, yes, I just finished the MA, one of your MA programs. I won't mention the particular program. And I like to engage our students and former students to find out their experiences with us. So I asked him, if I had money to give as a gift to one of the lecturers that taught you, can you name one person? And if I had to sack one person, can you name one person? And then he smiled and then said, oh, as for those that you have to reward, there were a lot of them. Then I emphasized the other one. What about one that I have to sack? Then he laughed, smiled, and said, is this person still there? So he didn't say I should go and sack the person. It is that which, for me, reflects who we are as administrators and the encounters we get here on campus, and what that means in the minds of the people that we encounter here. And so, transformational leadership, inspiring vision and driving change in higher education should lead us, perhaps, if this was my conclusion, should lead us to meeting a lot more of the people that we have encountered as administrators, as professors and lecturers in town, and to have them say to us that there are many people who are doing great in our institutions. You know that I usually don't take gifts, but yesterday I encountered something, and that's my second anecdote. I had gone to a particular embassy to go and do something, and I got there, and I was just going to find out information. So when I got there, it was past 2 o'clock, and the security people told me, oh, we have closed. Then somebody was inside, saw through the window, and then said, allow him to enter. So I entered, and I tried to introduce myself, and then he said, I know you. And he was excited to take me aside and to give me all the information that I needed. Yesterday, I passed through the same office and somewhere else, even to the police. And I get there, and everybody that meets me will share one experience or another about how they had encountered me, sometimes many years ago when I used to teach at City Campus. And police officer after police officer was happy to take the things that I was looking for and to go around and to come back to me in less than 30 minutes to have things that would typically take 2 or 3 weeks to do, and they brought it to me. When I was driving back, I asked myself, what would it take for us to get people that we encounter on a daily basis to want to do things beyond the ordinary for us and for other people? And if we were holding this big institution that has transformed the lives of many in the way that we all want to be treated, I'm sure that would have done a great job to this country. But it is also the case that when you go on social media and they post your name as a professor, as an administrator, and you go and read the comments, you will see your own smoothness level. Ladies and gentlemen, as I said, this is a very deep honor to me and to speak to this gathering. And especially to the people whose quiet labor sustains the heartbeat of our universities. Behind every successful academic, every confident graduate, every accreditation milestone, there stands a community of dedicated administrators who make things possible in the midst of the complexities of our universities. I've had a few of our own colleagues who have come into our master's program, and when you ask them to go through the registration process, they are struggling. And I often will tell them, if those of us here find it complex online, you can imagine what the people out there. But many of us have been at the point where we have made life easier for our stakeholders. So our team, Transformational Leadership in Higher Education Institutions. It's a very ideal call for reflection on how we have led our universities and for us to rise above the routine. This reflection would help us to examine what leadership truly means in our evolving academic landscape. Transformational leadership, as is described by the pioneer researchers on this subject, Burns and Bass and Northwood, is not about position or title. It's about the ability to engage others, to transcend self-interest for the sake of a higher collective purpose. It is a leadership that transforms followers into leaders and into moral agents. Please, if you can give me the next slide, if you are. I wanted you to be able to follow. So, in the context of higher education, transformational leadership is the difference between managing the past and shaping the future. And I have heard that a lot. Sometimes when I went to do my PhD in the UK, I found a lot of things that we do here that they too do, but they had moved on. But when we come here, we are very happy to keep to the tradition. But the truth is that the landscape is changing pretty fast. Our universities today stand at crossroads. The world of higher education is being redefined by, as we all know, artificial intelligence, global mobility, but of course also constraints, as our Vice Chancellor indicated in her speech. Most importantly, there's rapid expectations of our students into wanting more comfortable ways of learning. And society is demanding that we do not only produce graduates, but nurture ethical, innovative, and employable, as well as socially responsible citizens. Sometimes it is baffling how the farmer that employs a graduate from the university, a banker that employs one, a restaurant that employs the other, all think that these students should be plug and play. In other words, you pick them from the university, they should be able to deliver at the very minimum what is required. So that puts a lot of burden on us. At the same time, trust in public institutions, and we all know, as well as our universities, is fast waning. Today, people contemplate whether to drop their kids with us for 4 years or to take them to learn a trade. And of course, if someone will finish a 4-year program and will not easily find something to do or cannot do something for themselves, if you are a parent, you'll be worried. That's why transformational leadership matters. It calls us to reimagine the purpose of our universities, not just as centers of instruction, but as catalysts of national transformation. It's important to note that transformational leadership motivates staff to go beyond compliance, to innovate, to question, and to question everything, including our outdated systems, and to build communities of trust and collaboration. And Madam Registrar, Thank you for bringing people to donate to us. As we have come to understand, leadership is a social influence, where the leader influences by their deeds and ideas. And please, if you leave here without remembering anything, remember these two words, that leadership is influencing by deeds and ideas. By deeds, people will watch you, what you do. By ideas, people will remember what you caused to change. So transformational leadership is characterized usually by 4 important elements. What is referred to as idealized influence, inspirational motivation, intellectual stimulation, and individualized consideration. Idealized influence is the moral authority we carry when our actions align with our values. Inspirational motivation is our ability to communicate a vision that makes others believe in a shared future. Intellectual stimulation is our courage to challenge assumptions and invite creativity. And individualized consideration is our care for people, the recognition that no institution transforms if its people are demoralized. Our universities, and particularly our University of Ghana, are being called to lead transformation in Africa's higher education ecosystem. And I say particularly our university because we are the mother of all of them. All the others, and we welcome you to the University of Ghana. The rest of you who have come from the north, where I come from, we are happy to baptize you into the hill of learning. So those of you in the Sahara, there are some under cocoa trees in Kumasi, there are others in doing fishing in Cape Coast, and there are several others who are hiding in rented apartments. We will show the way. Please, this battle, when I started with my students, I get trouble. So don't get offended. I'm just saying that UG is the university. We produce leaders of integrity and competence who can navigate the world and this complex world of uncertainty. That it will happen by chance, we know it's not true. We have to be deliberate and intentional. It is important that our administrators choose to lead differently, to embody transformational leadership in every process, policy, and interaction. Chair for the event and Madam Registrar, when we say we are inspiring a vision in higher education institutions, I want to challenge our administrators and to say that vision is the soul of every transformational leadership. It is the power to see beyond the visible, to imagine possibilities where others see limitations. In the university context, vision is not only for the vice chancellor and not even for the registrar or even senior management, as we will say. Every administrator, and I must say, every person from HR to finance to student financial aid to admission to academic affairs to our halls of residence, schools and colleges, all should be spaces where vision can flourish. It is important. I met a young lady in Nigeria who had trained twice here. She did a first degree with us and did a master's with us. And she now works for one of our, one of the private universities. And when I got introduced to him as the dean of the business school at the time, she got furious. Then I said, "Oh, madam, why? You people, you know how you wasted my time." And I said, "What have we done?" Says, "Throughout my life in Legon, both for first degree and second degree, not a single person invited me to sit me down and to ask me a question about what I would do with my life after school. So I regret for going into that university. Now, we are the best, so if this is what we do, then you can imagine. So I had to take time to listen to her a lot more and to calm her down, and at least to assure her that it is no longer what she experienced. Today, we do better than what she experienced. I guess that there may be several of people like that whose experiences were not the best. But to turn this around will require that we inspire vision. Vision that all of us administrators can feel part of. And vision that we create for ourselves. Vision that moves beyond the issue of paperwork, about shaping our environment and making it a very conducive place for our learners. An administrator with vision does not simply ensure that forms are signed, they ask how the process can empower a student, support a researcher, and energize a staff. They do not only implement rules, they interpret them in ways that advance fairness and excellence. So if you are here, and one of the things that I really, really loved about administrators here and elsewhere, and I should say, here our administrators appear to be very timid. We fear the professors. We crumble under the instructions of professors, which is fine because our culture demands that we are respectful. But our administrators are custodians of the rules of the university. And it is okay to point out to the professor that, professor, you can't do this because this is what the rule says. But you cannot be that emphatic if you don't know the rules. And so it's important that you yourself know the rules. And I remember very well how I get screwed by very small administrators in my former university, and I still teach for them. They will not tell you what is wrong. They would actually point you to the rule. Hi, Justice, could you please check this link? It connects you to the rule made on how long it takes for faculty to submit their results. Full stop. So you have 21 days to submit your results. And if you go to them to ask for extension, they will send you that email and they'll copy the link and send it to you. They didn't make the rule. And the system will shut you down once. But of course, it is also the case that they have a small number of students, so you can manage. In our case, sometimes it gets difficult. Nordhaus reminds that transformational leaders articulate a compelling vision that gives meaning to work that people do. Such vision lifts individuals who would have been ordinary to be extraordinary architects of their own environments and institutions. Vision transforms routine tasks into contributions to a larger cause. When an administrator sees the timely release of transcripts not as a clerical duty, but as an act of enabling a student's future, the mundane becomes meaningful. When a college registrar views compliance not as control, but as stewardship of integrity, the entire culture shifts. I was in the US recently, and it was a World Bank event, but around the World Bank enclave is the George Washington University Business School. So I had reached out to the dean of the business school to say, I'm around, I wanted to come and meet you and see if we could have some collaborations for my business school. And then he said yes. I went earlier than the time we agreed. So I was waiting in the foyer. So I was sitting and waiting. And then somebody opened the door, and this was a student, and shouted my name. I didn't know this person. So I asked him, do you know me? He says, yes. I just finished the business school. And then he recounted an incident that I had intervened in. And says, but for that, I wouldn't be here. I just finished another MBA, and I got a job only last week. And that job is the job I have dreamt for the entire of my life. And then he told me that he recounted the experience. What was this? So this individual had written exam and didn't find his results at all. And followed and followed and followed for many years until I became dean. So this happened before I became dean. So somebody asked him to reach out to me. So he sent the email to the professor and copied me. And so I invited the professor, we had a chat. Long story, we managed to ensure that the student's results was good. And the student wasn't here, so he managed to get his results. And on the basis of that, he got a transcript, and then he got admitted. And then he got this job, he says, it's been his dream job. And so you could see how excited he was. And you can see how I felt good that, again, I met someone who, out of the blue, was receiving my usual job of a dean to look for the grade for a student and what that means for the transformation of that student's life. Many students would have missed opportunities abroad because an administrator did not do their job or a professor was not diligent enough. Transformational leadership will require that we become not only individual architects of the experiences of our young people, but also that we collectively strive to become a better university. So yes, this will not be a solo enterprise by university authority, but all of us must engage in this symphony. In my usual galamsey, I would go around doing things for institutions, and in one of the places where we monitored the experiences of health patients, a patient that had got an excellent experience throughout the hospital life cycle got to the place she has to pick her medication and got a rude attitude by the pharmacy technician at the shop at the time. And this person gave such a terrible experience and feedback. Then the MD of the hospital says they tracked this person, got him, because they wanted more information to be able to. And the person said throughout this experience, and gave even names of people she had encountered throughout the process, and how that last bit destroyed everything. The way we say it in Akan, and that is why this has to be a collective effort. That in modern universities, leaders also build other leaders, and those leaders also build other leaders to become visionary. So together we can own the space. Visionary leaders in universities tell stories that connect the present with the future, making everyone feel that they are part of something enduring. They use the language that inspires, language that says, yes, we can, yes, we will, we are in this together. Language that says that we are never complete until we are complete. To inspire vision also requires courage, ladies and gentlemen. Courage to challenge mediocrity, to confront inertia, to resist the temptation of comfort. It requires the humility to listen to younger colleagues and students, those whose dreams contain the seeds of institutional renewal. It demands the integrity to align resources with values and ensuring that we fund what we fund actually reflects what we believe in. At the University of Ghana, our strategic plan outlines 5 key priorities, and as we have heard, each of these priorities is a vision statement in motion. Our task as administrators is to make them real in our everyday life and the everyday life of our institution, to translate our vision into process, products, outcomes, and realize hopes. When we say transformative student experience, and I have taken time, and Madam VC, Registrar, let me pass this on. I've taken time and I interact with my students a lot. In fact, I actually have tea time with the dean where students can walk into my office between 5 and 7 p.m. and have tea with me. By the way, let me share the experience of one recent one just before I left office. So 2 young men came to my office looking very, very dehydrated like I was when I was a student. And I told my secretary to give them tea. But when I had looked at their faces, I noticed that they needed more than tea. So I asked my secretary, Madam, please give them Milo. So she brought the Milo and brought those small abrofo cups nibi. I said, Madam, I beg you, give them bonsia. So she gave them bonsia. Then we asked them to serve themselves, and they were very shy. So I had to take over. So the teaspoon, me born sang. Now my boy says Susan, and milk no so. Much mummy, no mabu half a mile, no mabu half a mile. And I'm saying, you need one for bingum. Then I told my secretary to look into my fridge. I have some shamima biscuit. You know that one they take to school. Hey? So they brought that one. So, and I made you many. I said, I'm in here or mono. Now, Obama, oh, we have a way there. And Oma to Omobu, and they finished. And this was a conditioning office where you can see small sweat on their notes. And then I started engaging them. Please tell me about yourselves. And one of them says, my mother sells pure water at the Medina Zongo Junction traffic light. I said, how about your father? I said, I don't know my father. I said, are you alone? No, we are 3. And that's what your mother does? He says, yes. So I asked, so which school did you go to? He mentioned it. And I asked, what grade you made? Excellent grades. Then I said, so how are you paying for yourself here? Then so the business school had just gotten this Axis Pension Scholarship. He says, oh, the Axis Pension Scholarship, we are scholars of the Axis Pension Scholarship. I said, okay. And these are level 200 students, first semester. They had finished first, so they were in the second semester. So you are here for 3 semesters. Can you tell me a bit about your performance? This one says, except for one course, all the courses I got A's. And the other one is a B+. Then I turned to the second guy. Please, can you tell me about yourself too? He says, my father is a welder in Dansuman. So how about your mother? He says, I don't know my mother. I said, how many are you? He said, we are 3. Papa no so, I said, you're correct. So we are 3. So they said when I was young, my mother came to dump me on my father. So the other 3, where the other 2, where are their mothers? So the second one too, the mother came to dump him and left. And then the third one is actually less than 2 years. He too, the mother had come to dump. So Papa no was 3 dump kids from 3. And then I asked him, where did you go to school and all of that? Your results, 4.0, 3 semesters, 4.0. We know what that means. Every course, A. Then I took time to engage them and to advise them on my own journey and to tell them how I think they can become the breakthrough for their families and how they should stay away from trouble and all of that. Now they have become my friends. They see me on campus and they'll come and slap my hands and go. And there are hundreds and thousands of such people across. I'll share another experience. I'm sorry to tell you these stories because they will stick better than what we are reading. I was in class to teach, and this was when I was head of department. And throughout the 2-hour lecture, there was a young lady who sat there throughout the period and didn't blink. Very dry face. And my classes are quite interactive and, people will laugh. So, and I kept watch over her throughout the period. So after the class, I asked her to follow me to the office. And I asked her, Madam, what is the problem? She said, oh, there's no problem. And I said, it looks like there's something worrying you. I'm here to help. Can you confide in me? She insisted, and I insisted. Then she bowed her head, burst out and started crying. My father broke my heart. My father broke my heart. Father breaking heart there, that's a trouble. And then she went on to say how she lost the mother very early when she was very young. And there were 3 sisters. The other 2 are married out. She lived with the father alone. And how the father had given her all the promises on earth, what he would do for her and all of that. One morning, she got prepared to go to school. The father said he had woken up not feeling well, so asked her to bring a taxi so that he can go to the hospital. And he says when they sat at the back of the taxi, the father collapsed and died in her hands. So they got to the hospital, 37. They brought the old man out, took the old man, came around, and some nurses came back to tell her that the old man had passed. And she broke out. She broke down. She said, now, this is a young lady who is sitting in class, whose results, and I later found out, she was struggling. This is a young lady who is looking out for somebody to look out for her, to be able to track her, to be able to mentor, to say a few words, to help rebuild such a broken entity. That's what our jobs as administrators are. But you see, those of us who are at the leadership, what we call leadership, managerial levels, our ability to reach out to such students is dependent on how we treat the people that we work with, the people who interact with us on a daily basis. If we mess them up, we will mess our students up. If we do not care for them, they won't care for our students. If you have ever heard this refrain in the university, students don't know how to do it. Students don't know how to do it. If you have ever said that, please, today, transformational leadership and transformative student experience means that we should move away from students don't know how to do it into something that allows us to reach out to the students much better. Inspiring vision, therefore, is about discipline, administrative clarity, and assurance of a great future for the young people that we deal with. Of course, also for our staff. It's about showing up each day as stewards of possibility, ensuring that systems don't stifle imagination, and that every student walks through our gates, and that every student who walks through our gates encounters an institution that believes in their potential. I came to Legon through a diploma route. I wasn't a failure. I got the distinction at O level, but I had to go to training college because I couldn't even buy sixth form. So I came through the diploma route. And throughout my period in Legon as a lecturer, I've seen people who have come with very bad results, who couldn't enter the BSc program and went through the diploma program. And today, all of those that I have mentored, at least 15 of them are PhD holders now, working in the World Bank, working in universities abroad, and what have you. I've told myself that one of these days, I'll call them into a conference of diploma graduate holders, professors. So that's what this institution has capacity to do. That people who enter here as people who were not the brightest in their groups, but possibilities that we give them mean that they can transform. The university's less endowed policy, if you have attended our award ceremonies before, you will see people enter here from universities with very bad grades, not the ones that will typically get admitted, but they end up with brilliant performances. So it is important that we do not just have the vision, but it's important that we also drive change. And the team talks about that as well. So we say if vision is the spark, then change is the journey we have to pass or drive on. And driving change in higher education institutions is perhaps the greatest test of leadership in our time. Universities are complex organisms. They thrive on tradition, consensus, and autonomy. We want to be what we want to be. Every lecturer wants to see change until the change is about them. Every administrator is happy for something to change unless when it is they themselves to change. And that creates problems. Universities thrive on tradition. This is what we do best. We want to be known for this. And oftentimes, that is what we want. But our world today does not actually reward tradition, consensus, and autonomy. Our world rewards speed, innovation, and accountability. Therefore, to change or to drive change, one must understand this paradox that as institutions we must hold the past, to our chest, but we must be willing to work against that same and make sure we make progress. It begins with purpose. Driving change begins with purpose. So transformational leaders do not change for the sake of just we want to change. They change to align the university more closely with its mission. And as we have seen in the UG, and kudos to Madam Vice Chancellor and Madam Registrar, they do not cease to the way we say it. How do you say in English? They do not cease to drum this over and over, what our strategic priorities are. And of course, it is to be expected, because if we are consistently reminded, we can move towards it. They recognize that behind every inefficient process lies a student who is waiting, a researcher whose grants are delayed, or a reputation that is at risk. University administrators and leaders and change or transformational leaders must see change not as a disruption, but as a renewal. There are several of the things that we have to renew. And I use the analogy of articulator truck and the taxi. If you get a very bullish regulator, they act as articulator truck. They are on the road. You cannot pass them. They too, they won't speed for you to go. So my style has always been be in front of the articulator truck and go. Just keep going. They will come and hold you and say, hey, you are breaking the rules. And so, oh, is that so? I'm sorry. Can we reconcile? Can we reconcile? What does it take for us to? Because the rest of, and especially private tertiary institutions, the kind of things they do and the kind of speed with which they run, the expectations of our students, the new generation of young people are not interested. When we were at the recent International Association of African University Conference, the story was told about why students say if the lecturer is coming to be in a lecture for 2 hours and worry us, and he will teach plenty things, and my ChatGPT can summarize that for me in 2-3 minutes, and I know exactly why should I go and waste time in a lecture. What it means is that if our lecture sessions don't become inspiring, if there's no story for somebody to want to connect to, and it's just about Douglas Knockhouse, Peter, what this, and the professors go and profess, and the students they would Google you and extract your material, and ChatGPT will summarize for them. So it's important that we encounter people and make sure that there are stories they can relate to. The change process must be intellectually stimulating, and this would mean that we have the capacity, not just for us as administrators, but our subordinates, to be able to think differently. Administrators who strive to change ask questions that open new perspectives. What in my environmental management class I refer to as deep ecology, that we have never found a solution because we haven't challenged ourselves to think in a different way. That every time that we have thought much deeper, we have come out with more empowering solutions. What if we reduce the student transcript process from a couple of days to 1 day? What if we even automated it? Recently, I was looking for my certificate to be submitted somewhere. And then I went into they will not take a hard copy. They are asking me to have a system that validates this process online. So I went to the University of Manchester, and they asked me to pay 30 pounds for a new certificate to be issued. And when that one gets issued, they will extract the soft copy of it into the online platform. So as I sit today, I don't need to carry my certificate anymore. I just go back into that system, and then I'll share the link with you, Prof. Idana. You want to employ me as in one of your firms, then you will go there and you are able to verify. So I don't need to carry my certificate anywhere else. And across the world, these are systems that institutions are working on to ensure that life becomes much easier for individuals. What if the internal communication system mirrored the transparency we demand from government? We want government to do something. And these are questions that we can not just use technology, but also using self-reflective questions on our own values, the traps, and our imagination. Driving change also requires emotional intelligence. Perhaps rarely resists people really rarely resist change because they hate it. It's not just that. They resist because they fear loss of control, loss of status, loss of familiarity. People are comfortable. If I came today and I had time to go and sell my shoes in my car boot, why would I want more work? The transformational leader empathizes these fears and communicates clearly and builds trust through small wins. They celebrate progress, not perfection. So celebrate those. And one of the things that I like to do is that anybody that got promoted in the business school whilst I was dean, I gave them a personal congratulatory letter, prepared, congratulations, and I'll sign it. And I didn't know this was so important for people until I engaged one administrative officer about her progress. So I invited her to my office and I said, look, I think I want to see your progress. What? I said, oh, Prof, you have forgotten. Last year I was promoted, and you even gave me a letter of commendation. So it looks like this letter is dear to her to show that this is what, and I've seen that across the university. We can replicate that a lot more. Let me say critically that transformational leaders anchor change in ethics. An ethical university is one where decisions are transparent, accountability is normal, and fairness is institutionalized. In our recent paper, myself, Professor Dateba, and one other colleague on ethical universities in Africa, we advocate that African universities must draw on both communal and global ethics. Communal ethics emphasize our shared humanity and mutual responsibility. Again, Madam Vice Chancellor will treat you soon with humanism. Global ethics calls us to fairness, to integrity, and stewardship. And universities that merge these two traditions become moral exemplars in societies for humanity and for integrity. Change, therefore, must not only improve efficiency, it must enhance justice. It must make the university more humane. Every technological innovation must preserve dignity. Every policy reform must uphold our fairness, and every administrative decision must strengthen trust. Driving change also demands resilience. Transformation is hardly a linear process. There will be setbacks, resistance, and fatigue. And I should say, if there was anybody who went through that, I'm sure I asked myself, how do you people do it? Provost and the top, how do you do it? Because even at the school level, the stress was real. The pressure was physical. You could touch the stress, and you could touch it. You see that you yourself, you are tired. I thought I was going to earn some freedom, but Madam Vice Chancellor and Madam Registrar won't let me rest. Every now and then they'll ask you to come. I'm happy to serve. But at least now I can sleep to 7 a.m. before somebody wakes me up to say that there was no duster in class. Dean, can you imagine that I'm in class to teach and there's no duster? And this is 7:30. There will be setbacks. Our colleagues demand a lot, but when you demand the same, then they get troubled. Transformational leaders must anchor all of what they do on purpose and be guided by evidence that is sustained by hope. Transformational leaders recognize that change is not an event, but a culture, something that we have to do gradually. And it takes time to do that gradually. When I became dean, I used to shout a lot because anytime a student is not happy, then I'm irritated. So my officers was, Dean, you are shouting. I told them, when I'm shouting, prompt me that I'm shouting. So when I'm shouting, they say, Dean, you are shouting. I said, okay, I'm sorry. But can we fix the problem why I'm shouting? Because that is what we have to do for our people. As we keep the conversation going on this, let's remember that our university stands at both as a heritage and as a promise. Its heritage calls us to honor the generations that built the university. But its promise calls us to reimagine the university for the generations to come. Will the generations of today or tomorrow still like our university the way it is? The way we have done things, would the new Gen Z people accept it? And I mean, sometimes we operate the Warabeba principle, where we are UG, they will come. The truth is that we are losing grounds if we do not, and we may lose grounds more if we do not. Thank you, Provost of College of Health Sciences. I see that you are writing your entrance exam on Monday before WAEC even releases results. Why? To address the issue of being the last to issue out admission when WAEC releases results. This is really progressive. And for me, when I saw it, I was in fact, I thought it was actually, yeah, please. I thought it was a scam. Somebody sent it to me and said, oh, they're asking us to come and write exam. I said, hey, watch this one. So I sent it to the Director of Academic Affairs and asked her, is this in true? Then she said, yes. They want to write the exam and prepare for the WAEC thing to come. So by the time the thing comes now, because last year it was such a pain. The head boy in Presec, all A's, science student, all A's, got admission in KNUST and called me because he used to study with my son. So he called me and said, Professor, I want to come to UG Medical School. I don't want to go to KNUST. But my father said that I should accept this one because the UG one is not coming. And at the time, UG one was actually not coming. In fact, UG had just invited them for exam. And so it wasn't sure whether or not they were going to get if you declined KNUST. And I also said, young man, I cannot gamble with your life. Please accept what is in your hands. So he is in KNUST. But perhaps you would have him as your student. I'm sure you still have the numbers you need. But we shouldn't become a second choice. What should we be doing then? So when we return to our offices, ladies and gentlemen, I want us to say to our team members, we will not manage the past just as it has been managed. We will lead the future. I want us to tell ourselves we will no longer measure success by how many memos we write, but by how many lives we make easier. I want us to remind ourselves that we are the stewards of the university's soul, and service is our signature. Let us make each office a small laboratory of excellence. Let every department become a center of ethical innovation. The University of Ghana was built by visionaries who saw possibility where others saw dust. Now it is our turn. We must build a culture that outlives us, a culture of integrity, responsiveness, and hope. 50 years from now, when somebody studies the history of our university, I may want them to find a certain chapter, a chapter that reads, for example, like this. Around 2025, something changed in the University of Ghana. That the administrators of that era refused to settle for mediocrity. That they dared to dream of a more ethical, agile, and student-centered university. That they turned the word transformation from a slogan to a system. And that in so doing, they made excellence inevitable. May your work in the days ahead dignify every student that comes through you. And our students have a lot more excitement with us as lecturers than they have with our administrative processes. So we have to seek to change that. Many of us must go out there and work every day to empower our younger colleagues. Let's honor the trust of the nations we serve. And let me just add, that's one of the things that I used to do I will search for colleagues, go on their web pages, and I will check their profile, even when I was head of department, and they were not in my department. And I'll typically call some of them to get close to midnight, or send them a message and say, I have checked your profile, and it looks to me that you have what it takes to become a senior lecturer. Would you consider applying for a senior lecturer? And they will see that message, they will run to you almost immediately, and then they would come wanting more advice and guidance. There are still administrators in this university who do not understand properly the processes of promotion. And not just because there are no processes like what we have here telling people, but that people haven't been energized enough. Somebody hasn't become interested in them. And I want us to mentor the next generation of administrators. I'll leave you with one word. If you're a bad administrator, keep going, keep being bad, and mentor the next bad administrators. If you're a good one, be good, and keep mentoring the next good administrators. But I can guarantee you that the bad administrators will soon get their children receive the product of the bad and toxic environment they nurtured. And the good administrators will soon get their children receive the excellent, enabling, empowering environment they created. Choose the one that you want today whilst we keep reflecting on transformational leadership. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Please, let's keep the applause going as he takes his seat. Thank you very much, Professor Bawule. When he was ending by saying, may your work dignify every student, may your leadership empower every colleague, and may your integrity honor and trust the nation we serve, I almost shouted, amen. And then that's when his Pentecost elder, spirit overshadowed the Tigari spirit. Please, a round of applause once again for Professor Justice Bawule. Thank you so much. And the way you made the presentation with all the interesting anecdotes that challenge us to be better than we are. So we really appreciate you coming and then challenging us this morning. I believe that every program such as this, we must leave here challenged to do better than we are doing. So thank you once again. Please, another round of applause. Before we take our break, I would like to acknowledge a few people with us here this morning. Earlier on, we had the provost for the College of Health Sciences deliver remarks on behalf of the Vice Chancellor, Professor Alfred Edwin Yorson. He's not here now, but let's acknowledge him. Would also like to acknowledge the presence of Professor Mark Sando Yidana, Provost, College of Basic and Applied Sciences, who is here with us this morning. We're also joined by Professor Samoni Adekujo, Provost, College of Education. Thank you for being here. And we have some of our college registrars also here with us. I can spot Mrs. Mavis Otuaye, College of Basic and Applied Sciences. Mr. Benedict Osweje, College of Humanities. I've also spotted Mr. Joseph Odron Kansa, College of Education. Thank you very much, our college registrars who continue to inspire us. We also have a number of directors here with us as far as my eyes can see. So if you are here and I don't mention you, please forgive me. We have the Director of Academic Affairs, Mrs. Lydia Anuwanya Kodankwa, who is here with us. The Director of Public Affairs, Dr. Elysia Meya-Obronya, is also here with us. For now, those are the two I can see. Oh, Director of Safety and Security Services Directorate, Dr. Isaac Amwabeng, is also here, as well as his deputy, Mr. Seidu, is also here with us. We also have Mr. Michael Owusu-Ansah, Gawa National President. He's also here with us this morning. Please, if I didn't mention you, please know that we acknowledge you. It's because my eyes have not. We are behaving like the parliamentarians today. My eyes have not. There's a word they use, caught you. So that is why I have not acknowledged you, but we are all very welcome. We want to take a break now, but before we do that, we'll take our group photograph. So just in case our guests want to leave us after the photograph, they can do so. But please remember that after the break, we are going to be having a panel discussion on leadership and management in higher education. So please, On the program, the break is supposed to be for 25 minutes, but please, let's do it for 20 minutes because we are just a few minutes behind time. So please take note of that. And as you walk out of the auditorium, there's a board at the side where you can pose your beautiful photos. Please do that quickly as well. Now, this is the order, or this is how we are going to take the group photograph. We are going to ask all of us to stand and try and come together as much as possible. We'll have our photographers come up here and try to take a beautiful photo of all of us. So please, let's take note of that. The break, I believe, is in the foyer. Yes, it's in the foyer. The foyer is behind us, so you can either use the stairs up or you go out and use the registration side and then climb up. I also want to remind you, for those who are not here, if you need to use the washrooms are below the auditorium. You have to go out and then walk through the back to use the washroom. Please see any of us from UG or those at the registration desk to guide you to the washroom just in case you cannot find it. So please, I'll kindly ask us to rise now. We want to come together in the middle so that we can have a beautiful group photograph. And please take note, the time is 10:36. We have 20 minutes for both the photograph and then to have a snack. I know that many of us want to network, but we'll do that during lunchtime. So please, let's come together. 20 minutes means that we have to be back here by 10:56. 10:56. Thank you very much. Forward, put it, flip. Okay, all right. Please, all registrars from our sister universities who are here, please try as much as possible to come forward. We want to have you at the front row. All registrars from sister universities, please. Let's have
So you are welcome back to our next session. Registrar, thank you for putting this program together. I've had a very emotional moment just when I was coming from the foyer. When I was growing up in Aguna Swedro, my dad had a lot of people from our hometown coming to stay with us to go to school in Swesco. And just when I was coming, I saw one of my uncles who stayed with us in Swedro. I have not seen him in a very long time. And he's at UEW in Winneba. And I'm so glad that he's here. I gave him a very big hug. I just didn't want to let go. Uncle Prince, thank you. It's been ages. They trained me. Yeah, Uncle Prince, please be upstanding, please be upstanding. Yes. When we are done, I'll call Dada for us to talk to him. Yes. They disciplined us when we were roaming about on Swesco campus. Thank you. God bless you for the impact that you made. Yes. So we would quickly go into panel discussion. The panel discussion will be on leadership and management in higher education. I would introduce our panelists. As you know, Teacher Bawele is the first panelist, Professor Justice Nima Bawele, University of Ghana Business School. Dean, please, if you can come up here. Today, Adole should be carrying your tablet for you. Where is she? She says you are shouting. Dean Bawele. Then our second panelist is Professor Koyo Enim Wright, former registrar, University of Professional Studies. Madam, did I mention your name right? The first one? I tried, My wife is a Ghana, but I don't know how I'm doing. It's not Ghana, it's Krobo. Okay. Koyo, okay. And then, the last but not the least, the woman who always tells me that my wife is too beautiful for me. I always tell her that so she saw a picture of my wife and my son and he said, hey, you have a very beautiful family. I said, yes. When two primary colors meet, they produce a secondary color. And the secondary color is always nicer than the primary color. Dr. Cynthia Sena Pegulo Freko, Executive Secretary, Vice Chancellor Ghana. And then our moderator is our own Mr. Emmanuel Bedu, Registrar, GCTU, a former college registrar, College of Basic and Applied Sciences. Thank you, sir. I think that you need to test the mics for us. So if all of you can test your mics, yes. Now we've stopped using testing mic 1, 2. Just say hello.
Hello.
Thank you.
1, 2.
Okay.
Hello.
Good.
My works. Yes.
You don't. Can we get an additional one? Because we are 4. Get an additional microphone. Okay. So Mr. Bedu, you can start. We'll bring the 4th mic.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to today's panel discussion on inspirational leadership, inspiring vision, and driving change. It is a pleasure to be here and an honor to moderate this plenary session as we begin our conversations on leadership and management in higher education. We have a distinguished panel comprising seasoned academics and university administrators who have successfully driven change and inspired their teams to achieve remarkable outcomes. Our work as university administrators is becoming more demanding and more strategic ever than before. We are being called not only to keep institutions running, but to help shape vision, culture, and performance. The theme for this year's seminar, Transformational Leadership, Inspiring Vision and Driving Change in Higher Education, speaks directly to that responsibility. Leadership in our context is not abstract. It shows up in how quickly we adapt, in how clearly we communicate, in the systems we build, and the accountability we model. It also shows up in how we prepare our institutions for the future rather than simply managing the present. This session gives us a chance to reflect honestly on the leadership gaps that slow institutional growth, the opportunities we may not yet be exploring, and the practical ways we can align to our daily work with the university's strategic direction. I'm looking forward to a lively exchange of ideas, grounded in real experience and shaped by a shared commitment to excellence. On today's panel to discuss this important topic, a seasoned higher education specialist, please join me in welcoming Professor Justice Nigma Bawule, our keynote speaker, and a professor of public administration and the immediate past dean of the University of Ghana Business School. Professor Koyo Enim Wright. I hope I've not crucified the name. A former registrar of the University of Professional Studies, Accra, and the first female registrar of UPSC. Then to my immediate right is Dr. Sena Pegu Freku, former registrar of the University of Health and Allied Sciences, and currently the executive secretary of the Vice Chancellor's Ghana Secretariat. You can find their detailed profiles in the seminar brochure. So, colleagues, let's set the ball rolling. I'll be grateful if we could briefly describe how you understand the theme, transformational leadership, inspiring vision and driving change in higher education, and indicate what you consider to be the most important things about leadership. Will you take it first, Dr. Sena?
Okay, I'm glad I'm taking it first. It's not Professor Bawule, because he has already given us a great expose about the topic. I think that what we are going to say is adding on to what he has, critically researched and presented to us. So the topic, if you remember, he said it was very strategic and very relevant, because the tertiary education landscape is changing very fast. There are student demands, regulatory demands, funding issues, governance issues, policy decisions regarding the institutions. All these things are happening fast, and the changing scenario makes it a challenging one, such that we need to think of a different perspective of leadership. We no longer talk about styles of leadership, all those archaic things you used to learn in 1962 up till now. We have come a long way off from that point, and we are now thinking about a much more versatile and a problem-solving approach to leadership and managing our organization. And that is why that's how I understand the topic. It means that we are no longer doing things as usual. We are not providing leaders who are office leaders and not people-centered. And so the transformation needs to occur, that even in the way we lead people, even the way we manage our institutions, we bring about a different aspect. This time we are looking at the human element. So we want leaders who are human beings. Let me put it that way, who understand the dynamics of the time, who are paying specific attention to the vision of their own individuals who are working with them. Maybe as we progress along, I will share a little thought on the individual's vision versus the organizational vision and how to create a balance between them. So yes, the topic is, we are dissecting how individuals, leaders or people who are heading a group of people will ensure that their people are working in an environment that can give us the best results that we need. So that's how I understand the topic for today. And I must say that it is very relevant in our scheme of things.
Thank you very much. Professor Enimwright, your take on it.
Yes, thank you. I think through the presentation that Professor made, one could tell that the storytelling part of leadership is very important. And when you look at the expectations of students today, the values that they currently have, or the values that they are projecting on us, are the values that they would, in terms of speed, in terms of quick response, in terms of diversity of choices. All those things are being projected on the university with the expectation that the university will be able to respond back. And when you talk about tradition and the fact that institutions or universities don't change or don't adapt as quickly as the population is, that's where you have to think of how transformative leadership comes into play and make sure that there is a tally and an alignment between the expectations of the students and, of course, how the university responds. This is not to say that the university needs to respond to everything that the students want. Our main priority is to, build them up. Our main priority is to make sure they're academically sound, culturally that they are aware, and operationally that we are serving them. So in using those traits or values that they have and ensuring on the administrative side that we're responding in a way that is responsive, meaning that the conveyor belt we use is no longer come to the office, but there are different ways in which we can interact with them and make sure that their needs are served in a way that is consistent with what our quality assurance needs are versus what their expectations are. So in a nutshell, that's kind of how I see that in terms of responding to what the students want and how we also can adapt to make sure that we're not compromising our values, our integrity, and what we stand for.
Thank you, Prof. Prof. Baule, you've already given a detailed address on it, but in summary, what is your take on it?
So for me, I think that at the end of the day, and my colleagues have spoken about the human side of management. On a daily basis, you will encounter people as you do your work. You leave footprints. Whether good or bad, we leave footprints. When we encounter students, we leave footprints. Usually the work gets done. How quickly the work gets done, it's one thing we can talk about. But also, how do we energize and empower people whilst we get a job done? How do we deal with people when they make mistakes? How do we encourage people when they are not pulling their weight? How do we ensure that the human side of things happen? To be honest, when people leave the house and they are coming to work, they either come very excited or worried. And some of the reasons that may keep them excited or worried are things that, like she said, we have nothing, to do about. And so people may come with that, but we still expect them to deliver. Sometimes how we meet them halfway through in trying to alleviate some of the challenges that they have actually energizes them to give of their best. Sometimes it gets very, very complicated, and sometimes it's not even your job. Like I said, you're dealing with colleagues, somebody comes to tell you a story that has to do with their house has been broke, it's flooded. What has that got to do with me as dean? But if you did not listen and attempt to support, then you are unable to ask this person, somebody's son can't go to school because they don't have the money, or somebody's son didn't when if Canadian car if I'm home, but he comes to school and he cannot do the job. And so such an individual is almost like a bomb. So a student comes to do something small, because on the background me go school, so sometimes it gets to this level. So for me, and that's what I did. I tried to be a manager that can be reached, a manager that people can come to, a manager that when I see people aside, I can make a joke. So even when they still say I shout, they know that it is for a just cause. Once the shouting is over and there's something to share, we share. If I have some money, I leave something small for somebody. Or else, at least I'll give you a tolly to let you laugh. At the end of the day, it helps to create a community where people know that the big man cares for them. Then sometimes it leads them to even come to work knowing that it is as if they are working for you as the person. But in the end, that's how you get to elevate them to be able to deliver what. So for me, transformational leadership in our context would be that we create a human society, one that has demands, but also have support systems. One that demands that we do our job, but also when we have to support people to do theirs, then we do so. Then we can build a good environment where people can come every morning and be excited. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, Professor Baule, you mentioned transformational leadership. I would want to ask the panel what your take is on leadership and transformational leadership, and what are your own personal experiences so far? Let me start with Professor Wright.
There is an interesting quote by Steve Jobs that basically says that management is about making sure people do things they don't want to do, and leadership is about inspiring people to do things that they never thought that they could do. And for me, that's been a very important quote for my professional life. Because many times people are not even aware of the capacity that they have to do what they have to do, but we pigeonhole them in such a way that, and we don't allow them the psychological safety to be able to do more. Because when they do something and they don't do it right, then we are all over them. But if we are able to really provide leadership in a way that includes mentorship, in a way that allows for psychological safety. So when people make mistakes, it's about learning to make sure that they don't make it a second time, but the growth is encouraged and important. I think that's where we begin to see things happening. I also want to emphasize that many times a lot of people think that empathy, or when you show concern, is a sign of weakness. And for me, that's a lot of hooey, to say the least, because if you are not able to understand what someone is going through, you're never going to be able to get the best out of that person. I remember a long time ago, I was talking to one of my HR directors, and she had a very cookie-cutter way of expecting people to respond to things. And I had a long conversation with her about the fact that there are two ways of managing people. You manage people the way you are, or you manage people for success based on how they are. So if you have a staff member who probably forgets all the time, you would realize that that person probably comes to your office every time to take notes without a notebook, without anything that they're writing on. So they're relying on their memory. And so when you start paying attention to other people and what they need, so that you can help them grow and become leaders in the future, you need to kind of mentor them to where they can grow and actually expand beyond what they are capable of and what their capacity is. So outside of Steve Jobs' comment about inspiring people, I think we also need to do the same and make sure that, and when we see someone that has potential, that we actually mentor that person to the points that they are actually inspired to do that which they never thought possible. And that's where I think one can pat oneself on the back and say, I have actually transitioned from being just a leader to being a transformational leader.
Thank you. Dr. Zena, what do you think?
I think that the emphasis in the transformational leadership is the inspiration bit. First of all, when we say you are inspiring somebody, in what ways are you inspiring the person? I think that is creating the enabling environment that the person can be comfortable and willing to come to work and do work for you so that you can achieve the objectives. The leadership definition just says influencing, that you are influencing people to perform work effectively and efficiently so that the organizational objectives, goals can be attained. But the inspiration bit is very critical. That's why there's a whole emphasis on the transformational one, because it becomes a one-on-one activity. It becomes you, the leader, who is putting yourself in that position and creating the enabling environment, intentionally making sure that somebody is, as Koyo said, mentally and physically capable of performing that job activity. So one of the ways to do that I keep saying is by even the communication that you engage the person in, or the communication, how you communicate to the people. You want to be deliberate about finding out the person's, individual's vision as a person, to match it against the organizational vision. One of the key things of a leader when we are doing the leading component is developing, balancing the individual's vision with the organizational vision. So if you come in and all your effort is to ensure that the organization's vision is attained without looking at the individual's vision, that's when they go that all you want to do is just for me to do work for you, but you are not thinking about my welfare. So there are several things that we can do as leaders if we want to be transformational in our efforts, in the things we do, to get people to work willingly without having to do it out of an obligation, or because if I don't do it, I'll get punished for it. So the influencing part is good, but inspiring means we are motivating. Inspiring means we are guiding the process. Inspiring means I'm taking care of your welfare. I'm interested in what you are doing. I know you are living in Kaswa, so I can't put a meeting at 7:30 when I know that it rained yesterday, Kaswa is flooded. There is no way you are getting to the office at 8:30. So if I deliberately put a meeting at 8 o'clock or 7:30, then it means that I don't want you to progress, and I'm not inspiring you in any way. Most of the time, when staff leave the job environment, they are leaving you as the leader. They are not leaving the job. They are just fed up with you, and so they want to find something else to do, if it is possible. Inspiring means that I'm thinking of where you want to reach. When you were coming for interview, I asked you, in the next 5 years, where do you want to see yourself? You say, I want to have my master's, I want to do this. Am I providing the enabling environment for you to do your master's? Granted that they say, administrators, you don't need a PhD to do your work now. But am I not interested in developing you intellectually, stimulating you intellectually, so that you can perform for me better, so that you can do a good report where Professor Baule's colleagues will not be counting your T's and your I's and your minutes and stuff like that. That's what we say when we are talking about inspirational leadership. I have had the opportunity as a registrar to do that. One of the things I've also done is to have an open door policy, transparency. I bridge the gap between management there and staff here. Before I went there, I understand that there was no way a staff could walk into the registrar's office and even ask anything. And one of the key things I learned and took away from that because I was able to bridge that gap, where I said, well, if you can find me between the hours of 3 and 5, we can have a frank talk. If I tell you the kind of things I heard, you will not believe it. Even our drivers, those who you meet at the parking lot, when you buy some coffee brookman and say, oh, come and take it, the kind of information they will give you. They will tell you who is doing what, who is shopping money here, who is sleeping with you here. And that is the information we require all the time. That's what we call inspirational, impacting on people to get the job done, to get the information that you require. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Impacting on people. Professor Baule, your team.
The one you said, who is doing something fee somewhere. That one I heard, but I didn't hear. That everything you hear, madam, and thank you. So let me just add to what a lot of people look for in their leader. When you become a leader, people will celebrate. Even people who don't know you, they get excited, they will congratulate you. Then they start counting what it is they are looking for you, especially the people that you work directly with. What measure of sacrifices do you make for your people? Very, very crucial. When there's money for just one person, do you take it or it goes to someone? It's very crucial. When there's an opportunity to get a benefit, does it come to you or it goes to someone? They count it. So, in the business school, they used to know me. When you bring me a list and my name is on it, if I want to do you bad, then I'll cancel my name. Then you know that something will happen to yours. But you cannot cancel other people's names and leave yours. People are watching. Sometimes there are even privileges that you can take. The way you appropriate those privileges. Sometimes there are even entitlements, the way you appropriate them. And I tell you, business school has, at least in the context of this university, we can afford my travel as dean. As dean, I'm entitled to travel business class. 6 years, I didn't fly business class once. Mete, aeroplane trotro, nechi hop, baby, mate for nothing. Hona mete. Because I felt that there was a lot more to do in my school, that I needed a lot more resources to do than fly and have comfort for myself. So how do you appropriate those resources? How do you reach out to people? So people are counting what sacrifices you are making for them, to what extent you are going to be able to get them, and they would remind you when you leave. They will remind you when you leave. When you are there, you are the boss, they won't. How do you invest those sacrifices into the people? How do we ensure that people can move from one level to the other? And Madam said it. When people join, they have aspirations. How do you enhance that? Those of us who know about, in the business school, messenger cleaners, you have to go to school. So people are going to school. They are doing distance programs. We put money there, we pay for them. If you don't have a master's, you get it from us. And then we expanded it to even include other people from outside of the business school. So across the university, you could come to the business school and get a degree. That was something that I felt we should do. And I went on to defend it, to make sure that it happened. And so when people see you and they are excited, it is because they can see that you are investing in them. You are making sacrifices for them. Okay, my administrators will get to travel to go to international something. It's part of it. Otherwise, you are eating alone. But so the thing that will make people excited about you is the extent to which you invest there, and I think that's extremely crucial. Because you know Jibibisha Jibibisha is when you meet somebody in the corridor and say, "Oh, today I have 100, you to take 50." Jibibisha. It is the best motivation on earth. And for me, when I was young and growing up on campus, when I didn't have anything, when you meet a colleague who was working in town, no man will be saying Jibibisha. When they put it in your hands, when they are there, you can't count, you see. So you put it in your pocket and your hand will develop eyes. You are trying to check how many of the things. And when you go into the corner and he's not watching, you want to count and you don't want it to finish. And as leaders, when you get some incentive, when you get some allowance, you yourself, you feel it, that it is good. When you are going home, you are happy. It is the same way the people you work with. When they get something, they are happy. When somebody is going home and they have something to go with, they are happy. So how do we channel the resources to make sure that people can benefit appropriately? And otherwise, the auditors will come and catch you. But people can benefit appropriately. And it is important that leaders do that. It is practical leadership. Don't eat the money alone. Let somebody else get a little bit beyond them. Take interest in people. Speak with people. Find out what their challenges are. I stay very late and I go home very late. Sometimes my security people, when you are leaving, they are sleeping. So I'll wake them up and I'll ask you, boss, why? Then the man will tell you where he went in the afternoon and how he went somewhere. He motorbike got spoiled, and because of that, the man is sleeping. He's tired. People get exhausted. There was a gentleman that I work with. His name was Asida. We travel, we go right up to Tumu. Asida's per diem is very small. So when we travel, I will rent the hotel. I'll ask Asida to share my room so that Asida can keep his per diem. Because Asida must come home with something. It is that which our people are looking up to. They see the extent to which you can have good dress, you can your children come and they are eating KFC. He too, his children, when they eat KFC, is good. So let the thing maybe come with your phone. Let the people feel that whilst you were there, you supported their person. It's important. Make a call for someone to say to GTech, get fund. Oh, we have a colleague here whose son is, we need scholarship for them. Get scholarship for them. You that you can pay for your son's school fees because you have money. You are taking get fund for your son. But your secretary's son cannot pay and she's struggling and taking a loan, and you can see you are not supporting. Let's practicalize this. In the end, it should be life that if I got, I will love. So let me pass on a little bit. And people will celebrate you for that. That will translate into them wanting to work for you. And like you said, people are excited. When you are coming, they are genuine smiles. Not the one that they will do small when you pass. That one.
Thank you very, very much. Professor Baule, in your address, you indicated that leadership is a social activity and that the leader influences by deeds and ideas, and that is a takeaway that we should take home. Yes. So based on that, how do we as leaders develop and communicate a compelling vision that inspires our team and drives meaningful change?
So one of the things that I like to do is that I tell myself that there's nothing that is new under the sun. So I like to imitate. So I look for ideas when I travel. I look for systems that have worked elsewhere. So everywhere that I have been, I try to look for things. I take pictures at the airport and I send to my people and all of that. And I share what it is that we want to do. And there's consistency. To be honest, my vision statement as dean, I had a printout on my desk. And I had the soft copy on my desktop. So that it's easier for me to go to. People would forget, especially in places where the intensity of work is very high. So it is important that the leader gathers ideas from elsewhere, sees what exists elsewhere, try to find out the things that excite you as a leader about the place that you have, and set yourself target that says, I do not want to leave the place the same way that I met it. So on a daily basis, you are counting to do what it is. When you frame your institution as, I don't want to leave it where I met it, what can we do to, and you look for ideas from and borrow ideas from elsewhere. Professor Nkrumah, who was our director then, said, research is copying and acknowledging that you copied. So you copy from elsewhere. When people are doing something that is great, listen to advice and pick up lessons from people who have been where you are before. I remember very well that when I took over, I took office for August, and we were admitting students. And I had a lot of pressure on concession, and people come and so I called Professor Agodia. Then she had been of social science for a while. I said, Prof, how do you manage this? He said, hey, Baule, be careful. This one, they will do audit after admission. I said, yeah, whoa. Then I went to Professor Donfe. And I said, Prof, this is your admission. They said, sure. Me, when I was dean, somebody was admitted at City Campus. And after 2 years, the audit people reversed it. The person was admitted as City Campus, and then he got transferred here. After 2 years, they did the audit and sent the person back. So be careful. That you can step on a bomb. I'm talking about how you can gather things to do, what you should do, how you drive your own passion, the things that are acceptable, and all of that. And please look out for elsewhere, copy ideas, get your people to incentivize your people around. That's what I was talking about, these and those things. Incentivize the people you work with. A woman at lunch, a woman out the lunch. So you are not bribing them. You are just demonstrating that you are concerned. Sometimes just say good words about them. I had a messenger cleaner in my office. I took him to class one day. And I went to yob the student about Ernest. Mr. Ernest Opoku
the office manager, he's the one taking care of. And whilst I was blowing his horns, the students in the sporadic stand up and they started clapping. Now, and then after the class, I came and said, boss, why are you here? And then we're feeling sad because my could blow the horns, kakra. We're feeling good. Let people must feel good, though, then they can work. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Dr. Zena, do you have any idea?
Yes, I think that once we are talking social, Prof has really explained it, but I also want to say that I engage, I consult, and it's not for the lack of my own wisdom or understanding of what I want to do. I believe in a shared vision. I believe that when we judge and we come to the table and say, this is what I would like us to consider. Is this something that we can do? What time limits are we looking at? What time frame? What resources do we need? And people feel that they have been part of the process of arriving at that decision. It's a shared partnership. Automatically they run with it because they know that they contributed to it. You, as a leader, you have sometimes you have the answers already. But there is a way you put it in a question form as though you were requesting for the input from other people. You never know the kind of information and other areas of things that you didn't consider whilst you were arriving at your decision. This is very critical. And that's why we keep saying that we have gone past the age where the manager, the leader is the all-knowing, all whatever, semi-god in the office, comes in the morning with his briefcase, walk with his head down, nods his head at you, go into his office. I keep saying that if you are that kind of leader, one day you will come and Ghana has moved to Burkina Faso. And you don't know anything. You will be in the office, you don't know what is surrounding you. Prof, let me borrow Prof's balance. You won't know what hit you. And the very people you came to meet, when you leave, they will be the ones there. And they will indicate whether you were a good, a cruel, or a difficult leader that they have encountered, who didn't impact anything on their life. So I use the engagement approach. It's not that it's a lack of, I didn't know what to do, but I intentionally put it before you. And I want to see what other views of the particular matter that I did not have. I used to have a lady that worked we worked with in the university. She was a quiet one. We thought she was just nonchalant. But I just decided that let's see what she's capable of doing. At meetings, when people come, the garrulous ones, she will never say anything. At the end of it, she will summarize the key salient points within the entire discussion for us. And we will say that once Ivy has spoken, the deal has been done. Finish. Finito. So engagement is key. Making your direct reports feel that they belong to the decision-making process is the social component of it. So he's there and she's thinking, oh, they value my advice, they value my points. So once I gave it, even if it's not a really good one, I will make sure that the implementation works. I will make sure, I will do it. I will make sure that, so they will come to you with the implementation process and procedures. But you, of course, will have to rein in and say, I think this will work better. I think this will work better. Let's do it. So social is very, very important. In fact, these days, we say that leadership is social. Leadership is no longer removed from your direct reports. Leadership is you engaging them constantly so that they know you have their back. There is a theory about the zone of indifference and the zone of acceptance. When individuals are working for you, the moment they put themselves in the zone of indifference, you are done. They don't care. You are done because they are indifferent to anything you say. You say I should come to work. 7 o'clock. 7 o'clock, I'm there. They will be fidgeting on their phone till 5 o'clock. And they will be watching the time. 4:49, 4:50, they've taken their bag. The individual who is in the zone of acceptance has noticed that you, as my leader, my head of office, you care about me. You give me some for the boys. You don't strike my name off the list of, the small things that is coming in. The research that was done, it has even, descended to us. They are in a zone of acceptance. If you call them at 2 a.m. and you say, Sewa, the report is due for 11 a.m. Can you do something? Sewa will get up from behind her husband and come and sit there and do the work for you. By 9 a.m., Sewa will bring you a report. When it is 6:40, you are still in the office, you open your door and say, hey, Sewa, what down here? You say, oh, Sewa, the person in the zone of indifference may say 4:59 and half. They are standing. So please, these are things that is practical that we have to learn to do. There's nothing wrong to find a staff who has been working very hard and all of a sudden something is happening. Sometimes it is just the chair she's sitting on. We call something ergonomics. Leadership is part of it. Even examining the chair that your staff is sitting on, or the angle at which he's sitting. One staff we transferred to another office who suddenly couldn't do anything. We only realized that her table was too close to the washroom and the ammonia scent from the urinal was what was inhibiting her ability to work. And if you are a leader and you haven't noticed this thing, you will write queries upon queries and say this person is not working, but you haven't even observed why that person is working. So leadership is social. Transformational leadership is humanizing the aspect of leadership that we are talking about. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dr. Wright, do you have any take on this?
I think that the leadership being social and some of the things that Prof said all points to making sure that people come to work with passion and enthusiasm, meaning that they want to be there. And the ways in which they want to be there go back to including them in what is going on, making them understand and appreciate what is happening. Many times, and again, maybe the old way of leading, you feel like you have to be the one who knows more than everybody else. And therefore, the ability to ask people to help or the ability to ask people to contribute signals that you don't know what you're doing. But the most important thing is to get everybody feeling like they are part of the process, and then they are helping you be part of the solution. I remember years ago in another life where I was serving on a committee. I was vice president for institutional advancement. I was serving on a committee to inaugurate the new president. And I refused to have all the separate committees. And I started one working committee. And with that working committee, I had the people on the committee serve as chairpersons of the committee at every meeting. Because at the end of the day, I said, for continuity's sake, if anything ever happens to me or anyone else who is in a leadership position, you would want to hope that some of the ideas that you are imparting don't die because nobody knew what you were talking about, nobody understood where you were coming from, and there was no communication for people to appreciate what it is that you were doing. And I remember one of the members of the committee, when I first asked her, today you're chair, her thing was, oh no, you are the boss. I said, no, this is a place where it's knowledge is equal. It is not about boss or not boss, knowledge is equal. So it's something that we all have to do, and we all have to do together. And through that process, something also came to mind, and the thing that came to mind was the fact that people hesitate on these things, not because they cannot do it, but because they haven't been given the incremental chances to gain the confidence that they need to be able to get to that position. So in many instances, you don't prepare the person. The person is sitting at his or her desk as whatever they are. You've never given them any responsibility to do ever outside of the paper pushing and whatever they are doing. Then one day you come and say, oh, go and represent me at this event. And they are not prepared. Not because they cannot do it, But because as a leader, you haven't given them the opportunity to say, oh, go and tell this person this, go and do the incremental things that they do that will get them to that stage, you haven't done. And yet when they come back and they didn't do it well, you are now berating them for not having done it well. Rather than, as I said earlier, even giving them the psychological space to understand that failure is okay. Because none of us sitting here have not failed at anything. I mean, it's part of the process of developing and growing and becoming better. So as we all work to make sure that we are acting as transformational leaders and creating leaders, let's remember that we need to help those who are working with us to come up to where we are by imparting and giving them things to do that we can do, but we still want to let them do so that they can build up their confidence, build up their expertise, build up their experience. So when the opportunity comes for them to really take a leadership role, they are more than prepared.
Thank you very, very much.
May I just add a little to that?
Okay, sir.
And the points he just made is what we refer to as the Peter's principle. Peter's principle is where somebody gets promoted to their level of incompetence. And that's when you have people who haven't been prepared enough for the next task. When you put them there, once they get excited that they got a raise or a promotion, they get scared at the daunting nature of the task they have to take. And I tell you, such people suddenly develop health conditions because every day they are coming to work, they are under stress. Hey, and this will be, they are going to ask me to do this and I cannot do that. I'm going to go and appear before people and I cannot. So it's always important to prepare people before they get to that. It's also important that leadership keeps an eye on people to identify talent that people have and what they can do best. Because sometimes we put people in places where it's not their best. So check. There are those of us who are very good at writing, there are those of us who are good at arithmetic, and if you come to the workplace, people have, flair for things that sometimes they naturally love to do and all of that. If you do not watch and profile your people, you would give them tasks that they cannot deliver well and you think they are bad staff. And I've seen that before, where you give some people responsibility and it appears that they are bad people until you put them in a different position for them to be able to deliver. So it's good that we profile people, know your people. And I knew the colleagues who, if you gave them work and you asked that you want it the next morning, you will get. I knew colleagues that will give you the excellent job you want. Some will come back to you almost after a few hours with material you can't use for anything. There were some of them that if you started describing a behavior, you will mention them, I know who that person is. Because I have gradually begun and profiled everybody and know who they are, what they do, where they... So I want to send somebody into a meeting. I know exactly what kind of person I should send there, because if a meeting will require spontaneous response, you know somebody who can do that. Otherwise, you will send someone who will go and disgrace you. So it's important that part of and that is part of growth that you take your subordinates through to help them to be able to self-discover and to be able to achieve the things that they do. That way, the institution also benefits because then productivity is high all the time. Otherwise, you would go and come. They will give you the material. You will have to do it yourself. Thank you.
Please, let me add also that, you see, the good leader or the inspirational leader develops the leadership of others. You cannot be a leader and all the others have no clue what to do. And we also say that a good leader is the one whose absence is not felt. So let's say VC is not around, but everything is running smoothly, such that they don't even know that VC is not around. So a good leader, an inspirational leader, a transformational leader must always be keen on developing the leadership of others for succession planning.
Thank you very much. So we've learned that it is good to prepare direct reports for higher position. And as leaders, we must also profile our direct reports, the team that we work with, and know them very well so that we'll be able to assign them to duties. We've also learned the Peter's principle, promoting people to the level of their incompetence, and this strengthens the need for us to prepare and train our people. So I'm asking, how are today's leaders being intentional in growing leaders for the future to effectively play leadership functions and drive the needed change when the current leaders exit the scene. Dr. Sena, will you take it?
Okay, so I think I took the sail out of my own winds. So, like I just mentioned, one of the key things that if you were a leader, you want to be classified as transformational, not transactional. Transformational and inspirational is that you are deliberately and intentionally facilitating the capacity, the growth and development of the leadership qualities in your direct reports. One of the ways to do that is to be attentive and very, very observational, ensuring that you are seeing, you are able to determine, evaluate, and see what that person is in need of, what qualities to what characteristics to reinforce, or the ones that need to be learned from scratch. So what I will say is that we need to be intentional about it, and also make room for experiential learning. Make it possible for your staff to have, I think one of this engagement is also part of the process. We are building capacity as we sit here. We are hearing things that we ought to be doing. And if there are further dimensions of doing this, building capacity, going to do programs or going for workshops and capacity building programs that are held internally and externally. I'm not hearing externally. Did you hear external? Externally. During our days, there was external provision. If something was happening in Egypt, there was a little money set aside for us to go, so that your CV will look great. Alai? Your CV will look great. These days, we only see the Alisa Hotel, the Legon Cedi Auditorium. We need to be seeing New York and some things. And there must be a conscious investment. Whenever we go for budget hearing and there are things for faculty, let's also ensure that there are things for administrators. That will make it possible for you to go to Israel to also study something, visit where Jesus was born, and come back, even if you didn't do what exactly you were supposed to do. So it must be deliberate. It must be calculated. We must start from the beginning. We must, as administrators, whichever corner you are sitting in, make sure that if you are doing your yearly budget, you will factor in something for capacity building, so that you will have that experiential learning. We learn by doing, we learn by observing, and so all these things must be taken into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Professor Wright, just in 1 minute.
Well, I was looking for a quote from John Carter. He's a marketing guy, and he says, when leadership is done well, it reproduces itself as multiple levels, creating a culture that continues to lead even when the individual leader steps aside. And I think, just quickly, in addition to this, is the fact that we have to model what we are expecting. There are people who come and tell you to do this, do that, but when you look at how they are behaving as leaders, you cannot even understand why they are thinking of telling you to do this and do that. So if we are looking for certain values, certain characteristics out of the people that we are leading, we need to model that behavior. I should not tell you to come to work at 8 o'clock when I sashay in at 12 o'clock. It's not fair, it's not right. That already establishes this gulf between us, saying that I am here and you are there. And so I think it's important that we model what it is that we tell people to do, because in modeling that behavior, people see you and they aspire to be you, and they aspire to be you with all the good model behaviors that you're modeling. So,
thank you. Professor Baule, in 1 minute.
Maybe my words are finished, but I just wanted to reiterate the point, very, very important point about experiences. Because to be honest, like I said, I copy when I travel. So let people see what exists elsewhere. You cannot expect somebody to clean your washrooms and make them nice if they haven't seen what a clean washroom looks like. If somebody must make the shirt white, they must know what white is. So it's important that we support people to go to places.
What I'll ask, and she made that point, what I'll ask is for our administrators to be a bit more aggressive. It looks to me that you pay one sem, oh, but there's no money. The money is not generated only by academics. We all are there. Otherwise, if you are a leader of your unit, see if it's possible to get support from outside of your unit or even outside of the university, so that you can help the team to grow a bit. I went to do a facilitation somewhere, and they were complaining, oh, we don't have money, we don't have money. Then I said, but you people are managing this entire region. There are so many hotels in this place. I've written to any hotel to say, please give us 3 days free accommodation for us to come and have a seminar here. They said no. I said, write and see if you will not get. There are places people are waiting to make to give money away, and they can't even find anybody to give. So let the administrative class be also a bit aggressive. Let's look for resources. Let's insist at the meetings that let's put a budget there for someone and all of that. And my school administrator, Pokusa Akwadie, will give you showdown. He wants you to represent. He just came back from Australia. Yes, he's gone to Manchester before. He just came back from Australia. I'll continue to do rough. But when they came back, my accountant is there, Crab. He was in London, UK. And he just got back from Australia. Then they go and see. Then I call you and say, hey, the thing we have seen, Charlie is good, oh. So they will come with ideas. Charlie, let the working for university be exciting. That's and that kind of thing. So be aggressive, look for the resources, and travel some. Travel some. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So at this juncture, I will take a few questions from the floor. You mention your name and institution, and then you ask your question. A few questions.
So please, if you want to ask a question, just come to the center aisle. The microphone will be here, then you ask your question, please. Any questions? Okay, please, sir. So please come to the aisle for me. Yes, please. Yes.
Thank you very much for the insightful presentations. Now, talking about I've forgotten the term Dr. Sena used, but that lackadaisical attitude that sometimes people get because they don't feel supported by you as a leader. What if the cause of that is because you have identified some illegitimate ways of people benefiting from certain things they don't deserve? And you have come in and you want to cut those things, and they are maybe seeing you as somebody who don't support them, who don't like them, who don't seek their welfare, because you are cutting things that they were enjoying, but wasn't quite right. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Please, we'll take 2 more. Mr. Bedu, so we'll take.
Is it a question?
Yes, it's a question. So we are taking 3 at a time. Please, you mention your name for us and then which institution you are from. Okay. So he's from the first. He's from University of Ghana. Mr. Stephen Amumensa. Yes. Yes, please.
All right. I'm Dr. Idris Utanko, Deputy Registrar, UDS. How do you balance quality leadership, inspiring and engaging, without being branded as a populist? Yeah.
Okay.
Quality leadership, inspiring and engaging, without being branded as a populist. Somebody who just wants to yes.
Okay. Please. There was a third hand, no? Okay, it's fine. Okay. Mr. Bedu, I think the 2 for now is fine. Yes, please. Thank you.
My panel members.
First one. If things must cut, they must cut, because
me as head of the institution, I don't want to go and face Public Accounts Committee. If you have checked, the politicians are bent on washing everyone along to show that they are not the only corrupt one. So when you appear before the Public Accounts Committee, they will give you showdown. You will see your bobo. So if things are not right, they are not right. What is important is for us to know that people don't just resist change. There are fears, and there are reasons why people resist change. Fears, loss of benefits, and all of that. But engagements are always important. Engagements are important for people to understand why some things that they used to benefit, they can no longer get. And also that it mustn't be that other people cannot get. As for you, the one doing the cutting, as for you, you can continue to get. We used to provide catering for our meetings in the business school. It became too expensive for us. I went to a meeting one day and said, I've cancelled it. No, you can't cancel. I said, okay, sorry, I have suspended it. So we have to go back and discuss. We say we put the committee, they review it, and then we show the figures. This is how much we are spending on food. The food comes, it is not good. People can't even eat. So we should take it out. So we took it out. And then in place of that, we found a way to address the people's resistance. So it's always important to engage, let people see. So it's not that the dean is getting food served every afternoon, then everybody else shouldn't eat. That way they will come at you. So it's always important that when these decisions are made, they are fair. Number two, they are engaged. Let warn people ahead of time. Give them the amber before the red. Why it is important for us to do the right things and all of that. Sometimes I take some of my officers to go and meet the external auditors when they are questioning me over some expenditure that we have had. So they get to understand why the dean says we cannot do this and all of that. So people know that it's not you who is saying don't get any more. But if things must cut, we definitely should cut them. But if things must also give, let's give them. So when you cut those that you can cut, and there are those that you can facilitate and people can benefit, let them benefit also. That's very crucial. Our colleague from UDS, very important question about if you were around trying to, make sure that you reach out to everyone. I think it's about the genuineness with which you do this. If you are genuine, if people can see through, and people can see through, when you are being published, they know. When you are just saying it because you want to, So me, I'm here and I say a couple of things. I have assistant registrars here. I have officers, my people are here. If I'm lying, they know. We go to Papa, Jimmy, they will sort your mother crowd will get some. But if it were genuine, if we were legitimate, people understand and all of that. So I think if you reach out to people in the way that people feel that it's genuine, they will not associate it with populism. You may get, maybe if there was somebody competing with you, the people will want to, but the people themselves see, and they would actually value what you bring to them in terms of their own life, rather than say that you are a populist. If you can do good, do good. Good is good, because all of us love good. Thank you.
The issue regarding the lackadaisical or nonchalant attitude, I want to use Prof's example also. I remember it was a new institution, new university, no funding, nothing, little funding. Not I should not say no funding, but it was just less funding. And so we used to pay a little sitting allowance of 45 cedis or something at the time. This is whole 45 cedis. If you take it to the market, you can shop for 3 days. It's not Accra. So if you take 45 cedis to the early morning market, you get all the vegetables you want. And then we added a little snack. You see, the staff it was a new beginning. So we wanted to create the atmosphere where people will be enthusiastic about committee work, coming for meeting, and so on, and a snack. And then we got a stingy VC from Legon. Please don't go and tell him I said that. We got a stingy VC from Legon. I tell you, we didn't hear that. Then he came and said, Legon, no sitting allowance, no nothing. So he canceled the 45 cedis. Now I couldn't get people to come and attend my meetings. I call meetings, that's about 15 people, only 3 or 4 people would turn up. So if you look at the dynamics of it, it's the contingency demands a decision, a particular decision. It's not a one-size-fits-all. So sometimes you need to study and evaluate. So I told my VC, please, you can't do that. Oh, we don't do here. We don't do that here. You can do that in Accra, Legon, but you cannot do that in your. So he said, I understand, but if I look at all the new committees we have set up, paying even 45 cedis are all across. I said, okay, then if we insist on taking away the 45, then let's bring snacks. And I tell you, that worked also. So we put ourselves, we say it's a sacrificial time. We don't have the money, but we are willing that for the 2-3 hours you spend, and new university, new lecturers, the way they can talk, one meeting, 5 hours we are there, they are talking. So I said, okay, let's introduce a little snack. At least that will keep body and soul together. So it works. So I'm saying that these days too, there's what we call the contingency leadership situation, where the leader must observe and not necessarily go in and say, I want to be motivational, I want to be inspirational, and then you become the populace that Doc is talking about. So the populace thing, one way we have solved it is looking at another leadership dimension. We call it managerial leadership. So you have a carrot and a stick here. So you are strict as a manager, you are facilitating, coordinating, making sure that things are in place, but as a leader, you are inspiring, you are influencing, and you are transferring. So there is a balance. So they know that, hey, Dr. Seda is friendly, but she is strict. Do you understand? So they know when I'm playing, and they know when my face looks like I'm about to kill somebody. So you need to create that balance. They must know that you are firm, you are fair, you are just, you are also willing to empathize and all that. It is when that balance is not created that they don't know where to place you. Then, of course, you are just a people pleaser. I hope this satisfies your, yeah.
If I can just quickly add, I think in many instances, when the positions we are going for are positions where they are looking for specific skills, you have to be able to do X, Y, and Z, very technical skills. But to be able to do that with people, we need those soft skills. The soft skills that allows you to eat K&K with a guy who's the watch person. The soft skills that allows you to sit down with somebody and say, hey, how was your evening? The soft skills that allows you to make people feel like you really care about them. And again, I say make people feel. You don't have to care about them to make them feel that you care about them. You can just engage them, say the words that they want to hear, let them know that you understand and appreciate what they're going through. So I think that there's a reason why soft skills are now so sought after for managers. It's because the technical alone cannot get the institution where it wants to go. As a human being, the technical will get you to do the work, but once you cannot work in isolation, if you don't cultivate and have those soft skills, you're going to open your door at 4:59 and realize that there's nobody there, they've all gone home. So just something to add.
Thank you. Can we have a last round, or that's okay? Last round of questions.
Okay. So last round.
Good afternoon, colleagues. I'm Joseph Atia, Deputy Registrar, UDS. Mine might not necessarily be a question, but a contribution. 3 things that I have identified from the speakers. Thank you very much. What I realized is that from the 3 panelists, we observed that possibly our predecessors
were kind of protecting their areas of operation. And so if you were employed as a senior staff to a senior member, I don't know whether it was fear of losing their positions. You protect your area so much that you think that if you train those people behind you, they will push you out of the system. And so we want to create a barrier that will keep us. But from today's speech, we realize that leadership has taken a different form. Today, if we want to make references to authors like Cooper Ryder, 1987, who talks about appreciative leadership of appreciative inquiry, and we begin to look at the positive impacts of the individuals that work under you, and we concentrate on the positives, we can make a way ahead. The truth is also that we just believe that this person cannot do anything without necessarily trying to assess their talents. There's something very minute that you can identify within that your direct report, which you can use to build up the person to move forward, to occupy a place, to exhibit certain skills that you least expected that the person would have had them. And so that idea, I have had a situation where I told a senior staff to go and take minutes of a department, and she tells me, I'm 18 years in UDS, I have never seen minutes written by anybody. So you can imagine how those people she worked with were overprotecting the environment in which they were operating. How will such a person learn? But I said I didn't care. Even if you go and write the minutes in Dagbani, I will correct it. Go. Today she's one of the very happiest person being a faculty officer somewhere. So sometimes once we don't want to create that change, and we think that we have a certain way of doing things, and we don't think of innovation. And that's why I say it will be managing routine tasks, and it doesn't make us leaders. So my suggestion is that let's open up and let's engage them. It is when we correct them systematically, taking note of the areas. I believe the second or third time you ask the person to do the same thing, the person will do it better. Other than thinking that from school, like Prof said, somebody completes the business school and you think that because he has a degree in business administration, straight away from your office, he should know how to perform everything. It doesn't work that way. So we need mentoring, we need coaching, we need that kind of leadership coaxing, just to let them know that they are doing well and they can do better in those areas. And all these challenges will be done.
Thank you very much. Please, because of our time, yes, let's make it very, very brief. After 1 minute, I will start walking towards you. After a minute and 15 seconds, I will snatch the microphone from you. Thank you very much. Please ask.
Thank you so much, and we want to congratulate all our panelists. That was excellent, and a special greeting to our global president, every girl's old student, Bepo Sohan. Right. So please, my question is that as a good leader, how do you manage your anger? And if you can give us a very practical day example that you were really angry and how you manage it. And also, I wanted to also find out, as if you are with a leader who always speak to you, badly insult you, as a subordinate, what do you do? Thank you. Oh, my name is Gloria Obimbenefo, and I'm from the University of Ghana with the Research and Innovations Directorate.
Hi, my name is Jidu. I'm from Exam Office Distance Education. I think that aside transformational leaders and inspiring vision, I think that University of Ghana, we need to strategically train our staff. Every staff, depending on their unit, needs a different kind of training. And I find also that when you go around the university I do script dispatch. When you go to different units, depending on the department, some administrators have ways that they can receive the scripts. But some administrators will tell you that if HOD is not there, I cannot receive it. And that goes to tell me that a lot of our staff, one, don't know how to protect themselves because they know that they can make a mistake, and they've not been taught how to do the things that would protect themselves because they are afraid. I want to find out how UG, because I'm from UG, is planning to strategically train staff in their units, not that you lump us all together and teach us customer service. Depending on the office that you are in, you need a different kind of customer service training. And I also want to ask about transfers. So if you have been taught, because I work in the exam unit, I have a specific set of skills, and I can be transferred. Next year I will be transferred because it's 6 years. And they can transfer me to a general office where everything I know is not useful anymore. How is the university preparing for that moving forward?
Thank you. My name is Kasim Jima. I work with the Academic Quality Assurance Directorate. So I want to, mine is our feedback management. So, in among faculty members, for example, at the end or getting towards the end of every semester, there are opportunities for students to appraise their lecturers. We call it course lecture evaluation. Now, I want to find out whether it is time or it is necessary that this feedback system is translated to management level, where by subordinate have the opportunity to appraise the leader, because if you check Immanuel Kant's categorical empiricism, so or Kantianism, you notice that you do unto others as you wish them to do unto you. So I want to find out whether it is now time or appropriate, so that we or people have the opportunity to appraise their leader. Indeed, there are good leaders, and it is also arguably true that there are leaders who, suppress growth or development. So this feedback system, I want to find out if it is time or it is necessary to be championed. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
The last one. Okay. The lady wants to get the last question. Were you going to ask the last question? Okay.
Who is, no. Is there somebody else? No, we are. Okay. You want to ask? Okay, then please. 30 seconds.
I wanted to know how one can manage his or her emotional intelligence under pressure.
Some of the questions we have to do.
My name is Ruhia Abdullahi. I am a deputy registrar in UDS. Thank you.
UDS, okay. Okay, I would. I'm sure we will share and give feedback on the feedback questions. So first one is anger management. How do you manage your anger under pressure? I think that people come with different temperaments, and you have to know your temperament and see how your temperament fits the particular job that you do. Other times, where people have come from have shaped the way they do things. So, for example, I was born and bred in a village, and there you talk loud. So, me, when I'm at the business school down, when I talk, if you are you will hear me. So, when you get excited, you are shouting. When you are angry, you are shouting. So then your subordinates, everybody, you are shouting, because they are talking like a brofo, their mouth won't open. Me too, I'm shouting. So I think that individuals, leaders must profile themselves also and know how to behave. So for me, I tell everywhere that I've worked that if you see that I'm shouting, please prompt me and say, Dean, you are shouting. So they say, Prof, you are shouting. I say, okay, I'm sorry. And then we talk about it. I also take feedback. I tell my officers, periodically we do, how are we doing as a group? How are we working together? Is there something that as the leader I am doing that you think I shouldn't do? And I take feedback, even from national service people who work in my office. I take feedback from them. Because there's nothing like being a perfect human being. So sometimes you need that. If you are like to throw, we say leadership, and it's one of the things that I didn't talk about. 10 important leadership qualities. One of them is stability. The fact that you can manage yourself under tension, under stress, under pressure. Sometimes all of us throw out, but it's important that you take note of the environment in which you work. Because some people can't take it. You talk on top of your voice and you will break them. How to handle condescending bosses. I think one of the things that I would love people to do is to engage your boss. Tell your boss, please, I want to have a meeting with you. When they give you the opportunity, tell them that, please, I love that we work together and you should, but sometimes when you talk to me, it's too tough to take. When you are able to confront a boss like this, in a very respectful manner, dignified manner, there will be self-awareness. Sometimes they don't recognize that. As I say, based on the so for bosses who are very condescending, they trash you, please engage them. If it doesn't work, and you try it doesn't work, I think you should also seek support with somebody who is higher than both of you. How do we train people to fit particular units? So I don't think one of our colleagues just spoke about, they talked about training and mentorship. The truth is that the training we do, 3 days training days, 3 days, 4 day training days, hardly accomplishes much. What I think does better in molding staff to becoming great, employees are the daily engagement they have with their bosses. So it's important to acknowledge that. I experienced the same thing that somebody said, hasn't written minutes, but I was head of department. The secretary had never taken minutes. The first day I told her to go and take minutes as faculty meeting, she wept. But I told her, don't worry, record the meeting, take whatever you can do. When we come back, we'll come and fix the minutes together. And today she's one of the best secretaries in the business school. So that is how you train. If we put all of you together, it's difficult. And if you are just a handful, for example, those who do audiovisual stuff, they're just a handful of you. How do we, and that's why the training must happen where you are. And superiors, please refer your subordinates to get help elsewhere. As a researcher, I don't do quantitative research. Every student I tell them, you have to learn quantitative research in addition to what I can help you to do. Go to these colleagues, they do quanti. And every one of my TAs who are now big people are excellent quantitative researchers. I am not. And then we work together to complement ourselves. So it's important that we do this at the unit levels. Performance evaluation allows every boss to indicate what training needs there are. And please speak up to your boss. Tell your boss, I need this. These are the new things in my area, so I think that I should be able to get this kind of training. Also, find out where the training can be found. And say, oh, I know that UGCS does this training. I know that UPSA does this training, and this is what I need. And therefore, I'll be happy if I got recommended to go there. Because bosses don't know everything. And I think that if we do that, we will do a collaborative way of dealing with the issues that there are. Transfers. I think Madam Registrar has changed that in a bit, right? So now, transfers based on generic skill sets.
Thank you. I'm sure that all of us aspire to move ahead in whatever it is that we are doing. I take myself as an example. I started out in public affairs. After a number of years, I moved into academic affairs. A totally different, game plan. Totally different way of doing things. But then I took with me certain skills that I had gained from public affairs into the academic affairs directorate. So yes, you may be moving on to do other things. You may be transferred. But you shouldn't take it that like everything that you've learned where you are is useless. You've picked up certain skills which are generic, and whatever it is that you are doing, you can apply those skills in the new place that you find yourself. And as you aspire to move onwards and to do other things, the richer your CV is, the better placed you are to move on to other things than rather keeping yourself in one box, basically. Then at the end of the day, when you aspire to higher office, it's just that one thing that you know how to do, and definitely doesn't inure to your benefit. So I would encourage all of you, both senior staff and senior members, I guess it would be the same in the other institutions as well. Take the new places that you are being sort of transferred to as a challenge. What can I pick from what I am doing now and take it into the new office that I'm doing? Yes, it may be different from what I've done for 4 or 5 years, but what can I do differently? What can I take from what I'm doing now, move it into the new office? And you should be okay, because as I said, there are certain generic skills which you can find a place for wherever it is that you are working.
Okay,
thank you.
I would like to focus on that one because I'm an example of it. Years ago, I worked at a university in Ohio, Central State University, and I worked in the Office of Sponsored Programs. The Office of Sponsored Programs was more into grant writing and things like that, which is fine, but my mind is creative. I don't want to write that there's a medical research going on. I want to write that Amma was running through the fields and having a good time, So I did it, but it wasn't my passion. So what I decided to do was volunteer around campus. So I volunteered at the public relations office. I started a newsletter for the university. I did all sorts of things that were in my passion area. And eventually, when I left Central State for a job in Connecticut as a director of public affairs for work that I was doing as a volunteer when I was at Central State University. And so we now feel like everything we do, we have to be paid for before we do it. But the way it enriches us in terms of our professional experience, from Central State to WestCon to AUCC to UPSA, there is very little that I know nothing of. And everything is a pocket. So you can't have a full pocket of one and zero on the other cylinders. You have to develop yourself as a full individual. So don't look at it as something that you're being punished for, but whatever it is that you're good at doing, everything you learn just augments it and makes it better. So that's what I'll leave with you. But very quickly, if I can just talk about, I know this may not be popular, but many of the supervisors also need our empathy to be better. So I don't think anybody gets up from their house and says, today when I get to work, I'm just going to be mean to everyone I see. Half the time, that's the only thing they know how to do. And so I think we need to give ourselves the space to be able to work with them in a way that also lets them be aware of the deficiencies they have so that they can augment it into something that they need to be. So we look at we want our bosses to have empathy for us because of what we are going through. And I think that we should also try to have empathy for our bosses who are not able to be the people that we've described here in terms of having the soft skills and strategize amongst ourselves on how to make them better. And if by modeling behavior, if they refuse to invite you for lunch, what would that work to say, hey, boss, come on, we're all going to lunch, or let's go. You might model certain things that eventually they might actually change some of their, I see you guys shaking your heads, but
It will never happen.
Anyway, that's just...
I wanted to talk on the emotional intelligence one. If you are being emotionally intelligent means that you are managing that stress situation. So the two cannot go together. Once you are emotionally intelligent, it means you are managing that stress level. So if I say I'm emotionally intelligent, it means that this morning I've assessed myself. I know how I'm feeling. Therefore, if I go to the office and there is some scenario, you get. Aha. So I was teaching emotional intelligence once, and the policewoman said, Madam, we too in our homes, the kind of things that happen to us. And then when we come to stand at the barrier, we want you to do something small, we will deal with you. So the two emotions are clashing already. So being emotionally intelligent means that I'm managing my own emotions, and therefore I'm managing that picture of stress that is in front of me. When you are angry, the rules that we have is that, you see, if you are aiming to go higher up, you need to find a way of getting rid of your anger problems, because anger will always give you problems. The age-old rule that we have had is to count 10 backwards. Count from 10 and take deep breaths. That has worked for me. Otherwise, by now, I've been in Sawam with what is her name, Agrada. So you just, because people fool a lot. People fool. And one of the things to do is to get the negativity out of your mind. The moment you say, and I am subordinate, and I'm subordinate, and you are not seeing yourself as the direct report to that boss, it means that you have already categorized yourself as the subordinate. That's why we have been using the word direct report since I started this program. You've never heard me say subordinate. Take it. Try to now say direct report and see how the dynamics go. So breathe in, breathe out, count 10 backwards. 10, 9. By the time you get to 7, now before na perform kakra. Otherwise, you'll be slapping your bosses all the time.
Thank you. Breathe in, breathe out, count 10 backwards. Please, your final thoughts on the team, my panel members. Oh, it's okay. Okay. Right. So, on behalf of the organizers of this seminar, I wish to express my unfettered appreciation to our panelists and audience for their invaluable contributions to the conversation. As we wrap up our discussion, I would like to thank our panelists for their insightful perspectives and our audience for their thoughtful questions. Inspirational leadership is about inspiring a shared vision and driving meaningful change. Our panelists have shared their valuable lessons on how to do just that. We have had a rich and thoughtful discussion, and I believe the insights shared today remind us that leadership in higher education is not about position, but about purpose and influence. The strategic ambitions of our universities will come to life when the people who run the systems are empowered, forward-thinking, and willing to lead change. As we leave this session, I hope we carry with us a renewed sense of ownership. The keynote speaker emphasized that we should always remember that leadership is a social influence where the leader influences by ideas and deeds. Each of us play a part in our university's transformation story, and the future we are working towards will depend on how we show up in our roles today. Thank you for your reflections, openness, and your engagement, and I look forward to the rest of the seminar and to the continued collaboration that will move us and our institutions forward. Thank you very much.
A big round of applause for our panelists and our moderator. Let's keep the applause going. We'd like them to stand up here for a group photograph. A photo opportunity here. When they are done taking one shot, we'll kindly ask Madam Registrar to join them up here for a photo as well. Madam Registrar, please, let's have you join them up here. And the chair, please. Please, let's appreciate them one more time. And we'll kindly ask our panelists to wait behind. The registrar is going to present to you a token of our appreciation. Thank you very much. This is our way of saying we appreciate your coming. Please take a photo of Teacher Baole. Thank you. As they leave the stage, let's keep clapping for them to appreciate. I don't think we need to summarize anything. We've all understood what has been discussed here. Thank you very much to our moderator and to the panelists. Thank you so much. We want to encourage all of us, if you haven't registered, please register. If you pick your tag, you would see a QR code just before your name. Please take a moment to scan and register for today. We would like to take a moment, just a short, brief moment to do that right now. The organizers are pleading with us to please, if you have not registered, please register. Once you get into that page, you would find the program for the brochure for the seminar on that page. So please kindly do that. As you do that, I would like to also acknowledge some registrars who are here with us. Would like to acknowledge the registrar from UDS, Mr. Nuruddin Abubakari. Are you here, please? Let's acknowledge him. Thank you very much. I'd like to acknowledge my own big sister, Dr. Victoria Kumbo, from the Registrar of GIMPA. Thank you so much for being here. We've already seen Dr. Sena Kweglo, who is the Executive Secretary for VCG. She was on the panel earlier on. Thank you very much. Dr. Enim Wright, Registrar for UPSA, who was also, former Registrar for UPSA, who was also on the panel earlier on, and Mr. Emmanuel Bedu, Registrar for GCTU, also, who was on the panel. Thank you so much for coming and also for bringing your team. Please, are we done scanning? Please fill the form immediately while we continue. This program would not have been possible without the sponsorship of a few organizations. And this afternoon, we'd like to invite two of our sponsors forward to speak to us for 5 minutes each. Please, 5 minutes each. The first to do this is Enterprise Insurance. Enterprise Insurance, if you are here, please come. We have 5 minutes of our time to speak to us. When you come, please introduce yourself to us, and then let us know what message you have for us. I don't hear us clapping. Please, let's encourage him.
Good afternoon, everyone. We are grateful for the opportunity that has been given to us this afternoon. I think we've been in partnership for 3 years running this program. Well, this afternoon we are here just to give you a short message. Most of us here know of Enterprise Life Insurance and the products that we have on offer. However, sometimes when we do some updates on our products, the message does not get down to the policyholders. So this afternoon, I just want to give an update of the updates that we've had on our products. Almost everyone here has heard of our funeral finance plan, the funeral policy. This policy has been in existence from the very first the enterprise was born, which has gone through several reviews. Currently, we all know funerals are not cheap. To have a good funeral, you need more than 100,000. But just last year, the maximum you could have gotten from enterprise was 50,000. So in line with economics trends, now our funeral policy goes as much as 200,000 Ghana cedis. So you can have a very good and respectable funeral for a loved one. Yes, and for the policy, we all know it goes for at least either a 10-year variant or a 15-year variant. When the person that you've done the policy for passes, anytime before the duration of the policy, we pay the claim and the policy ends. However, if at the end of the policy, anybody is still alive on the policy, you have the option to decide whether you want to take a refund of the premium you have paid for that person, or enterprise should hold on to the money, and should death occur at any given time, we pay the claim. But you stop paying premium when the duration of the policy ends. So now, the update we have on this policy is we've extended it to a maximum of 200,000. And also, almost everyone is aware of our education policy. Our education policy used to be a minimum of 5 years, a minimum of 7 years, a maximum of 18 years. And a lot of people will complain. 7 years before I can get my money is too much. I'll take it to the bank or I will buy a treasury bill. We've listened to our clients. Now, for our education policy, the minimum is 5 years and the maximum is still 18 years. So you decide the number of years you want to be on the policy. And also, the maximum premium on the education policy used to be 1,000 cedis. 1,000 cedis, I doubt if it can even finish University of Ghana. It wouldn't. So now the maximum premium that you can pay every month on our education policy is 5,000. So you can start from as little as 100 when the child is now born till 5,000 Ghana cedis. Premium, monthly premium. And it's a premium that you pay monthly that determines the sum assured or the benefit that you will take at the end of the duration of the policy. Our other policies are also available. Our family income security plan that protects the income that we all bring home, for which the family has built a life around. Should anything happen to any one of us who is a breadwinner, the family is affected seriously. So we entreat each and every one of us to at least sign on to the family income security plan, because this policy will protect you and protect your family against critical illness, total permanent disability, and worst case scenario, premature death. And for this policy also, you have a minimum benefit of 100,000, a maximum of 500,000. The Bloom policy, when I just look around the room, the ladies are more than the men. So we always say we have something special for our ladies, our mummies and our sisters and wives. There is a Bloom policy that is a policy specifically made for women. Even if a man is buying the policy, he's buying for the wife. And for this policy also, it will cover a woman against female-related illnesses, in addition to critical illness, total permanent disability, and again, worst-case scenario, premature death. Now, all these policies are available, and we have our sales force up there. So probably during the break time, we'll come around. When you see us, don't push us away. We are all friends. So we will cover you sufficiently so that should anything happen in future, you will not be found wanting. But Enterprise will give you a smile, and your family will also smile. Thank you so much.
Please, let's appreciate him. I think he spoke within the allotted time. Next to be UG Credit Union. UG Credit Union. Please, let's encourage them as they come. They are our own people. Let's encourage them. The clap is not loud enough. I think we are getting hungry. Are we getting hungry? Very soon.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you for having us. I bring you warm greetings from the board and management of UG Credit Union, in fact, the entire team. Credit Union. Credit Union. Good to know, my members are here. Because we have just 5 minutes, I actually would quickly run through our new products. Okay, so we have introduced some new products and service offerings, and I'll quickly run through them. But before I commence, I want to share a brief story I heard on Joy FM. So there was this story of a preacher who preached in a very big cathedral. After preaching, he decided to pray for the church members. So he said, if there was anybody here whose monthly income is not enough, put your hands up and I'll say a prayer for you. Surprisingly, almost everybody's hand was up. Curious, he decided to research. So he said to take round pieces of papers and have everybody write how much they earn. He checked this and noticed that some people were earning about 50,000 a month. Some had 41, some had 35, some had 2,000 and even 500 cedis. I don't know if it makes sense to anybody here, but nobody's income was enough. What is the moral of the story? It means that it doesn't matter how much you are earning, our income would truly not be enough. Never. So what is the credit union saying? The credit union is saying that save from the little you have today. Financial security is not about how much you earn, but it's about how much you put aside and grow. Okay, so credit union has introduced this about 5 new products. I don't know who has the points. Okay, next, please. Please move on. Next. Actually moving to maybe please go, move. Next, please. Next. Keep moving. Thank you. Keep moving, please. Keep moving. Next. Next, so we get to products. Okay, thank you. Can we move back one step? Okay, so as we all know, we have the following products, which is our savings, shares, kiddie accounts for our children between 0 and 18 years. We have the retirement account, which is there to support our members, to put something aside for when they go on retirement. We have the student account, mainly for UG students. Can we move on to the next one, please? Next, please. We have our personal loans. We have Vacation Plus account. Yesterday, I was at GTech, and I was talking about the Vacation Plus account. We noticed that for Ghanaians, we believe in work, 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 no rest. In fact, the harder you work, the more you work, you are seen as a very hard-working staff. But health preachers, okay, have come to make us accept and realize that we need to take a break. We need the break to revitalize, to refresh, and come back even stronger. So the UG Credit Union came up with this account, Vacation Plus account, which helps you set aside something from the beginning of the year so that by the end of the year, you can take a vacation, take the family somewhere, go somewhere by yourself, and go and cool off and come back. We need that even to stay longer. We also have our electronic platforms. I don't know how many of us have already signed up. We have an app called the Smart CU, which is on all, Google platforms. We also have the USSD code, *365 *71 #. You can make withdrawals, you can deposit money from your mobile, from your Momo, and then you can also move money into your bank accounts. Next, please. Next. Okay, so these are our new products. We've had members coming in every now and then. We've had members walk in and say, oh, my spouse is not in any of the institutions in the common bond. How can they save with the UG Credit Union? The board then decided to come up with this new account called the Spouses and Adult Children account. Okay, so with this, a UG Credit Union member's spouse or adult children, that's 18 years plus, can also have an account with us. So imagine you are with us, your wife maybe is with Stanbic, and your child who just finished university has gotten or landed a job with an IT company. But they can't be part because they are not one of our member institutions. Now UG Credit Union says you can bring them all in. Yesterday, this member walked into my office and wanted help with a loan. So he had been offered a building he has been staying in for the past 10 years. And the owner who has relocated abroad wanted to sell it off. In fact, at a very cheap price. So he came to say, check for me how much I can take. Let's see if I can get something to pay her off. We checked and his access was not enough. My first question to him was, is your spouse a member? He said no. and your guess is as good as mine. In fact, I told him that imagine your spouse was a member. So you take your loan, your wife can also take her loan, you put it together, and then you can assess or you can purchase the property. So this is where the spouse and adult children account comes in. We also have the businesses on campus and the member business account. We've also had most of our members walk in and say, I have a private business. I work here, however, I have a shop. I have a small, shop, convenience shop. I have a printing firm, and I want to save with a credit union. Credit union says you can now do that. So you can have your own account and have a separate account for your business so that your business can also benefit from our offerings. We also have the informal sector, which are the market women around, and they are happily patronizing the product. We have the institutional account, which is where the various institutions can also come on board. So I think that basically what will work for us will be the spouses and adult children, and then the individual or member business account. I will encourage every one of us to patronize the sign up for our new products and then benefit from what we have. Remember, it is not how much you earn, but it is what you set aside and grow. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Credit Union. So we quickly move to the next on our program. Professor Samoni Adikujo, Acting Pro VC, ASA, will speak to us on UG Strategic Plan Implementation, Setting the Tone. Let's give it to him, please.
Thank you very much. Okay. So I realize you've been here for a while. I've been given 15 minutes, so I'm timing myself. By 15 minutes, I'll be done. So yes, I'm going to give you an overview of the University of Ghana's strategic plan. Please, let's move on. Let's move to the next slide. Okay, so I'm sure most of you are aware that this plan is for the period 2024 to 2029. It was launched in July 2024. And in fact, it's a comprehensive document which sets out a framework for the vision and priorities of the university for this 5-year period. And it also embodies our collective aspirations. And then also, we realize that it's a bit ambitious, but it's also inspiring and attainable. So the plan challenges members of the university to think boldly, work collaboratively, and strive for excellence. So let's move on to the next slide and look at what informed the strategic plan. So there were 5 main issues. The first is global trends. You know, world is facing challenges of poverty, of inequality, issues of climate change, global pandemics are happening. And we also know that there is limited government resources as far as funding higher education is concerned. So universities are now competing for research funding, and this is also reflecting in global rankings. And the University of Ghana, we think we are the premier university, and we're probably the #1 university, although sometimes the rankings does not show that. But I know there are colleagues from other universities here who are also striving very hard to improve upon their rankings, which is a very good thing. Now, it was also driven by the evolution in higher education. Okay, we've gotten to a point that higher education is shifting. We are not only imparting knowledge to students, but we are taking it a step further. So we are shaping students' identity in terms of their self-esteem and self-perception. So these days, as a university, it is it is very prudent that aside the knowledge you give to the students, you go the extra mile. And for example, look for internship opportunities for your students. Because if you are able to do that, then they go out there and say good things about your university. And chances are that you begin to attract a lot more students. There are issues related to complexities of the 21st century, and then expectations from industry. I believe we hear all the time that industry comes back hard at us, that the kinds of students that we are producing are not able to meet their demands. And so, university has couched out this strategic plan to be able to address some of these issues. And finally, our stakeholders. Stakeholders are key to this, in terms of our staff, in terms of students, in terms of our collaborators and our partners. Please, let's move on. And so, I believe it has already been said over and over again. There are 5 main strategic priorities. Okay? I believe for now, we should be able to know them even in our sleep. Those of us here at the University of Ghana, to be able to go over the 5. So we have couched this acronym, TISES, so it could help us to be able to go around that. So I'm sure you know about the 5 transformative student experience, impactful research, commitment to faculty and staff, engagement and partnerships, sustainable resource mobilization and stewardship. But maybe what you don't know, or what probably you have not tried to look at, are the following. So in all, we are looking at 226 indicators, okay, as far as each of these strategic priority areas are concerned. So for transformative student experience alone, we have 63 indicators that we are tracking. And it ranges from, name it, you know, the things that are going to transform the student experience. So for example, what I just mentioned, we're looking for internship opportunities for our students. So we are going to track that. We are going to measure that and see what progress we are making. In terms of research, we know the key things. It has to do with research funding. It has to do with how you are able to have a very good research grant administration system, how you are able to cut down on procurement challenges and the processes, which has become more or less like a bane to all of us. And so all these indicators will be measured. And I will encourage all of us here to take a look at the strategic documents and especially the indicators and see where we fit and what we can be able to do to assist. Please let me go to the next slide. And so, having that at the back of our minds, the Vice Chancellor constituted an implementation committee to steer the affairs of, managing the strategy plan at the University of Ghana. So there's a quote from Robert Filek, who said that strategy without process is little more than a wish list. Okay, strategy without process is little more than a wish list. So for us not to fall into that trap, we established this implementation committee. And the purpose was to translate the strategy into measurable actions. The committee is being chaired by Professor Wandari, whom I'm representing today, the Pro-Vice Chancellor for Academic and Student Affairs of this university. And it has the following members: our Registrar, all the 4 provosts, the Director of Finance, and then directors of the following institutions: our Institutional Research and Planning Directorate, our Academic Quality Assurance Directorate, Public Affairs Directorate, Institutional Advancement Directorate, and we have a coordinator who is also in charge of special projects and programs. We have a secretary who is the coordinator for special projects and programs at the Institutional Advancement Directorate. So next slide, what were the terms of reference? There were 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of them. I'm not going to go through reading all of them, but as it has been projected on the screen, you can see the first is to spearhead the development of smart, actionable plans in all the colleges and the directorates. And so what we have done is, all the 4 colleges will be on their own, and then the central administration will be more or less like the 5th college. And so that is how the implementation will take place. Let's move to the next slide and talk about the key milestones. So what are some of the things we have achieved so far? I'm doing about 8 minutes now, so I'm keeping track. Now, so the first thing is, as I said, the college and directorate implementation teams are now in place. So all the 4 colleges have their implementation teams, and then the central administration as well. Then one major task we had to undertake was to look at the indicators. The indicators that were originally designed had some issues. There were some that were not so smart, so because you could not measure them. So the committee took a lot of time to look critically at each of those indicators and refine them so they can be fit for purpose. So we've been able to accomplish that. We have a reporting template that has been developed, and an online portal reporting system has also been created. Now we moved on to have a communication strategy, and then we conducted some roadshows. So I'll go ahead and give you a bit more information on that. Please, next slide. Which talks about the online portal development. So the next slide, yes. So this was developed by our IT directorate, IRPO, and then some of our students. What are some of the features in this portal? You can upload your action plans, and then baseline data, and do annual reporting. Let me emphasize that as far as the baseline data is concerned, that is going to be key, because that is what we are going to track. So for many of the units, we have challenges with our baseline data, because we have not been collecting the data. But now, the strategic plan will require of us to be able to be on top of our baseline data. So for example, if you want to increase the number of students you have, what is the current situation? How many students do you now have in your unit? Okay, if you want to improve accessibility for persons with disability, do you have an idea of the number of students who are persons with disability in your unit? Do you have an idea how many are they? How many of your infrastructure is disability friendly? So we need all that baseline data to be able to move forward. These were reviewed in March of this year, and the deployment target was May. Let me now speak briefly of the communication strategy, which is on the next slide, and that was led by the Public Affairs Directorate. Okay, so they utilize email and social media updates, news tagging, senior officer communication, and the goal was to create awareness and engagement. And the roadshow was also a key aspect of that. If you move to the next slide. And the purpose of the roadshow was to train users on the portal and then also address concerns. Please move to the next slide. But next time, the registrar, you should have us control it from here. It makes it smoother. So the following sessions were held. as far as the roadshow is concerned. You have for each of the colleges and then the dates. All these were done this year. And then for the central administration as well in July 2022. The next slide shows some images, images of the roadshow. And so I have been a little biased with the images, Madam Registrar, because what I have not done is to show the image from your roadshow. But I wanted to show the image from my college. And I know that, oh, please, can you project the image? And so that everybody will see me in the photo. But I also know that when I project my college, oh, yours is here, Registrar. Okay, yes. So yes, Madam Registrar was at our, so the College of Education is the one to the left, top, okay? And you can see, you know, the road shows were very exciting, you know. People were in their Christmas dresses for the occasion, and we did a lot. Okay, thank you. I almost have 1 more minute. Please move to the next slide, which talks about the portal development progress. So currently, we finalized the portals. We have set up the users, so colleges and the central administration have submitted names of representatives who have been set up on the IT team to enable them to access the portal. So that is what is happening. My college, College of Education, is being used as the pilot college. Please give us a round of applause. We are being used as a pilot college because it looks as if we took the lead in identifying the indicators and all that. And that's why our photo is also on the top left. So there is now full-scale development. There is community-wide rollout of the portal, which is expected to begin soon after the pre-test. And my penultimate slide, which is on submission of action plans. So deadline was October 5th. According to Pro-VC, I should let you know, those of you from UG, that only few submissions have been received. He's not happy with it. So the call to our attention is that directors and administrators must submit their plans urgently, because he has a warning that non-compliance may lead to naming and shaming. Finally, ladies and gentlemen, I want to reiterate Felix's comment that if you have a strategy without action, it's little more than a wish list. So we require success in this effort. It's going to be a collective effort. There should be stakeholder commitment, and then we'll also do continuous monitoring. I thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Acting Pro-VC SA and Provost. That was straight to the point. The warning, I saw May. I thought I was going to see shall. If you say shall, then it means that you are definitely going to name and shame. But I said may, so maybe you are not too sure. Okay, thank you very much. So we move to the next one quickly because of time. The next speaker will speak to us on operationalization of the strategic plan, the GCTU experience. And we have with us the Director of Human Resources and Organizational Development, Dr. Imano Ejapong, to speak to us. Doc, thank you very much. And 10 minutes. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Studying our protocols. Please, my understanding of the topic is that, as Prof presented, the strategic plan is in place, and we are looking at what is happening to its implementation. So, as a background, we also went through a process to have our strategic plan launched by the Council somewhere 21st December 2021, after we had transitioned from a quasi university to a public university. And because even though we had a plan in place, because we had transformed or transitioned, we needed to develop one that fits into the public university's domain. And a committee was formed. There was a draft. It was shared to all stakeholders. We had inputs, and it was finalized before it was shared. The plan, in the plan is the vision, the mission, the core values, the aims of the university, the strategic priorities. It has goals, 12 goals. It has objectives. Each goal has about at least 6 objectives. And each objective have initiatives or strategies or activities to be performed to accomplish the goals. Then we have a focal person. So it means that if a particular goal is related to human resource, the director of human resource will be named as the focal person to coordinate the achievement of that particular goal. And we have deliverables or SMART targets, well-defined, and KPIs to serve as the indicators of performance. So the operationalization, and the basic principle is that the focal person is, and his supervisor is responsible for the implementation, monitoring, evaluation, and reporting on their goals and objectives. It means that, for example, I report to the registrar. If a goal like improving employee welfare, it means it domiciles in the human resource directorate, and I'm the focal officer reporting to the registrar. It means that we have the mandate to administer or implement, monitor, evaluate, and report on this particular goal, objective, initiative. Okay? And then we are therefore supposed to raise memos in asking for resources or whatever we need to get our goals and objectives implemented. So, due to the dynamic nature of the real world, as it has been said, uncertainties, past achievements, whether full or partial, resources availability or constraints, emerging issues, regulatory issues, and other things. What we do over there is that at the beginning of every year, the Vice Chancellor selects some strategic priorities for the year. It does not mean that the other strategies, goals, and objectives are sidelined, but because of resources and other things and some experiences, at the beginning of every year, January, by 31st, the Vice Chancellor organizes a deba, every staff present or online, and present his strategic priorities out of the strategic plan, goals, and objectives to all staff. That is number one. After that, the focal persons, the deans, directors, and heads of units who report to the key officers are made to go and draft their strategic plan or work plan for the year based on the Vice Chancellor's strategic priorities, the provisions or the goals and objectives in the strategic plan, or sometimes if you are challenged, you can also follow your mandate in the statutes. Okay. So once you do that, then we organize a BEC, Business Executive Meeting, where we have the key officers, directors, and deans to present what they have, what their focus will be on during the year based on what I've said. And we get inputs from members, Vice Chancellor, and the team. You go and fine-tune it, and once it is finalized, you cascade it to the various departments and then the units that report to you. So once it is done, it is mainly integrated with our performance management system. That is how we have operationalized it. So it means that if you're a focal person, a director, a dean, even a registrar, you are accountable for the strategic objectives that has been tagged to your position. Okay, so at the end of, in the mid-year, we all meet again for everyone, the stakeholders, the focal officers, to come and present their pursuits, their achievements, their challenges, and their recommendations if they are challenged. And then, in the operationalization and integration with the performance management system, what happens is that at the end of the year, every focal person and those who report to them, they go into the performance appraisal portal to go and account for whatever they've been able to do. So you go in there and then you state at least 10 or so. One, the goal you pursued align with the goal in the strategic plan. So what goal did you pursue or did you achieve? And then two, you state which of the university strategic goals is aligned, or is your goal aligned with, or two, you state it, to make sure that people are not pursuing anything of their thinking. And where challenge, as I said, you may also say that it is aligned with a particular mandate as provided in the statutes of the university, and justify why you did that. Then you state what did you do, what did you, methodology kind of do, because we want to check whether the actions are with the objectives. Maybe we are going to Kumasi, but based on what you did, it's like we are going to Togo or something. Okay, so we always insist that you state your goal, which university goal is it aligned with, which objective is it aligned with, what did you do, and then you state the outcome. The outcome indicates that, for example, I had a goal of making sure that the goal is improving staff welfare, and because we don't have a hospital, I'm supposed to, or the university intends to register with private clinics at strategic localities where our staff, so that the family can attend those hospitals whenever they need health services. So, for example, the challenge or the task objective is to register with about 10 hospitals in areas that staffs are mainly concentrated. So that number becomes your target. Maybe the base year, you don't have, the base year is maybe 5. So the base year, you're able to do maybe 5 registration. Of course, because auditors will come, you need to sign an agreement. Otherwise, when they bring bills, they will come and challenge that they will not pay. So after that, you also indicate which percentage of the targets that you have achieved. And then you indicate whether there were challenges. The challenges that maybe you were supposed to ask for a resource, but if you did not initiate a memo to get a resource, then you have to account for why you chose to classify something as a challenge without reporting it before the end of the performance appraisal. Then you indicate what impact has it brought to the university, because the performance indicators were there. Okay, and then the KPIs in our definition is what proof do you have to show that you have really executed this particular task and that you have met or achieved the target that you proposed or you said you have achieved. And based on it, an annual report. So it cascades from the director to the head of department and to the individuals. All of them, their performance targets, those are aligned, to that of the department, to that of the directorate, and to that of the registry as a whole. And based on it, the performance assessment is done. And so, the performance assessment will indicate the extent to which you have contributed towards achieving the strategic goals and objectives of the university. And then you can, the BC also at the end of the year, set up the deans, the key officers, and key officers, and some department that report relates to the registrar, and do a presentation accounting for how they have done, what they were able to achieve, what were the challenges, and their recommendations. So all this come together to inform your performance evaluation at the end of the year. And based on a report is written, we write and then submitted to, as a director HR, submitted to my registrar, and it also compiles a university-wide report, and that is shared to all members of staff. So basically, for now, in my view, we don't have a committee that is in charge of the monitoring. We are doing, it's integrated into the performance appraisal. But I think to improve it, there should be a need, or I don't know whether the committee system is effective here, that we should rather create an office, maybe an office, and then they'll be monitoring and compiling the reports, or maybe on monthly basis, instead of the half year and the annual ones that we are doing. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Doc. We are grateful. Maybe next time we'll have an opportunity for us to ask questions so that you answer for us. Well, we are grateful. Thank you. So the last item for today, the committee sent us emails. Those of you who don't check your mails, please take opportunity and pick your phone. Check your email from the registrar's seminar email address, where you were told which group you are supposed to be in and which conference room you would be. The conference rooms are downstairs, so when you exit, we go down, yes. So you will see the number. We are supposed to be in 3 groups. How many groups? 7 groups in total. Okay, so each group, there's a seminar room that you are supposed to be in. So kindly check your email, go down to where you are supposed to be. There are 2 groups who are staying here. Okay, so I hear 2 groups are going to be here in the conference room. And then the other 5, they are smaller conference rooms downstairs where you are supposed to be. You would have leaders who would lead the conversation. Our group assignment conversation is on the UG strategic plan in action, progress so far. So 3 issues that you are going to discuss. 1, you look at the achievement, what has been achieved so far, the challenges that you have encountered in your various units. You can bring out the challenges, and then we'll look at the way forward. Tomorrow, God willing, group 1, so the groups will be doing presentations tomorrow as we go along. So somebody will be taking notes so that you do the presentations. And so we'll do that, and then we'll not come back here again. We'll meet in the foyer for lunch. By 2:20, we should be there for lunch. Today is UG Remembrance Day. It starts at 3 p.m. at the Great Hall. So we entreat all of us immediately after lunch. Let's move to the Great Hall to go and participate in the service as well. So thank you very much. If you don't know, if you did not receive an email, please let us know so that the committee members would attend to you. So if you didn't receive an email, don't raise your hand too high. Just raise it small. I'll see you. And then I'll ask the committee to reach out to you and then assist you. If there's any more announcements, okay, so we'll do that, do lunch, and then we'll say bye-bye to you. Thank you for attending the first day. We are grateful. Tomorrow, we are starting at 8 a.m. We are not doing registration at 8 a.m. We are starting at 8 a.m. tomorrow so that we can take care of some of the excesses of time. So tomorrow at 8 a.m. sharp, we are starting. Please, let's try and be here at 8 a.m. so that we can finish on time. Thank you very much. So we'll move to our groups, please. Please don't run away. Okay, for those who are from, what about our colleagues from our sister universities? They have all been included. So they've all been sent an email. Okay. You didn't receive the email. Okay. So if you didn't receive the email, don't go. Stay here. Maybe you join a group here because there are 2 groups staying here. So if you didn't receive an email, please stay. If you're a UG staff, please check your email for us. Thank you.